Hello, hello. Oh, I don't have my cool guy. Of course, and I still have the mic on. I will learn that one day. Hi. How's it going? I'm Godless Sewing. This is the Godless Sewing channel, and we are live. So it's nothing but technical difficulties. It's Monday. And Monday's always gonna Monday. How is everybody doing? Commander, good to see you. Butterfly, Kilroy, awesome, awesome. Phoenix was here, and her cam decided not. um, Butterfly, I'm on every social media you could think of. I'll find a way to send you. I have a if you're on Twitter, I have several emails that I use. But I have one real one main one that I use. Oh man. The weather does not know what it wants to do here in Southern California. How's everyone doing? I have quite a few things to go through. If you hear my fan, I'm getting over being sick and I'm hot and cold at the same time. Well, give me a second, Butterfly. I'll figure it out because I'm on quite. Are you on Instagram? Twitter is just a trash fire. I feel like a raccoon in a trash can. Every time that I go on Twitter, it's just a fist fight. Twitter is just it's another reason to make myself angry for no reason. I'm on Instagram under the same name. I just have a different picture. But it's a guy holding a space helmet with like color all through his helmet or a skull. I can't remember. Oh, it's a skull. Because I'm positive here at the Godless Sewing channel. How's it going?
It is going. You can hide me for right now. My camera's I'm not even connected to that camera, but
It's okay. We could hear you though. That's all that counts. We could do it podcast style because I'm going to go off about.
I switched settings. This camera is not even plugged in right now, but I can't. For some reason, StreamYards really wants this camera, and I'm trying to tell it no.
StreamYards is so weird. You know, every technology is different. My software does not work with Zoom whatsoever. I'm going to download some software that will let me rip model from Fallout 4 and then make a Fallout story. I've always wondered about that.
Oh,
Like I used to say, it's not YouTube if there isn't technical difficulties.
I know. My Canon is not even plugged in, and I turned it off from the settings in the background, but it doesn't want. It recognizes my camera, but it sees it. It won't like stay clicked on it. Why are you being silly? Well, I guess it's just as well since I'm sporting a giant shiner today.
What happened?
I had an altercation with a shrubbery.
And it gave you a black eye?
Oh yeah. I've got a cut on my eyelid. I'm super puffy. I have a legit shiner and a shrubbery to blame.
That's awful. I promise to be a giant visual mess as I always am today to pick up for everybody. I promise.
Right. Well, hopefully we're going to get some beautiful sounds, if not beautiful things to look at right now.
Hey, Water Day. I agree. You know what's so funny, Kilroy? Like sometimes there's certain things I'll say I don't believe in karma, and then someone that like I dislike something happens to them, and I'm like maybe karma's real, but then I'm like I don't believe in luck, and then like everything goes wrong. It's the rule of 3.
Well, that is, you don't need to believe for things like you don't need. You could say I don't believe in gravity, but 9.8 meters per second squared is still real. Like, it's not a religion. Some things are true just because they're true.
I've had this discussion with non-believers too. Like I was shocked to find out how many people believe in karma, but it like I truly believe it's so funny because I am a visual. I happen because we're going to be nothing but ironic today. I have this patch. It's what comes around goes around.
Right? So yeah.
I'm bringing Dr. Patch back, but I haven't decided. Like every time I pull a patch out, I'm like, oh, I want to put that on a vest or something.
Okay, let me know if this is too loud.
No, everything's coming through.
Well, just wait. Come through. Oh, wrong foot.
We need some sewing machine ASMR.
Okay, well, I'm bringing it.
So, because I'm overambitious and I'm crazy, if I started a 4th channel of sewing machine ASMR, do you think people would watch it? Steal my idea if you can do it better.
No, I think we've heard that I think folks have stated they want that. I'm just too lazy that I don't think I would do it. I think I would just give it its own folder and be like, and I have one channel because I can only manage, I know how much I can handle, and yeah.
Lately, because it's summer, I'm able to do all of this. But when it's the school year, I'm my kid's teacher. I'm at work. I don't have time for any of it.
Right. So that's like, don't bite off more than you can chew. Don't need to believe in Louisville Slugger to get that. Yeah. No, I wish it wasn't even a baseball bat. It was me and a shrubbery.
Well, I'm not that skeptical. I told a story about my friend who didn't believe in the Grand Canyon, and then I took him there.
Right? Yeah.
Like, that's different.
The Grand Canyon is also not a religion. It just is.
I was shocked though, because I was telling him I'm skeptical, and he was like, "Oh, I'm skeptical too." But like, there's a difference. That's why I don't get flat earthers. But I was raised, I'm the son of someone who worked at NASA. I would go and watch the space shuttle splash down whenever it was on this side of the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't coming back from the flat earth. Oh man, I'm already feeling it today. That's why I have my NASCAR jersey on. I am ready to go. I'm gonna try to finish my coat. I have a bunch of stuff lined up. I'm in love with Spance. I took notes. I have tons of notes.
Oh, good, right? Because you looked up the difference between Jodhpurs and Plunderhosen and Clown Pants, because similar but not the same.
So, Wadane, you have a good point, but like I was just thinking about just having the sound of the machine and looping it, because a lot of the ASMR I watch is just a looped sound. If you really think about it,
Yeah, way better than mouth sounds.
For a long time, I would fall asleep to Starship sounds, and then 2020 happened, and I stopped sleeping. I get dizzy and fall into a stupid thing, keep me away from the Grand Canyon. I recently just saw a story about someone falling, and I'm like, oh, that could have so been me.
I get dizzy just where was it? At Niagara Falls, when you're on the bridges and seeing the water run underneath, like that trips me out. I get motion sick so easy.
Vertigo is real as the Grand Canyon. I am, you know what? I'm shaming myself right now because I'm not skeptical. I am not that skeptical. There's just certain things where I'm like, but I'm not that skeptical. I experienced I have terrible sea legs. I get way seasick. But I liked cruising.
Yeah, I think I could do this. I could accumulate 12 hours of no talkie, maybe some cat purrs and meows and sewing machines between, because I'm sewing on Latigo right now, but her and Brunhild have just such a unique sound to them that modern machines don't.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Kilroy, is this true? Would the super fans shame me for looping? My middle name is New Hair Don't Care, but people shame each other for all kinds of weird reasons.
Yeah, most of them are dumb.
Hey, Alibaba, how's it going? How's it going? Oh, let me get my cam back. Alibaba's here. Hold on. It's not about me. It's about welcome to the fleet, kid. Welcome to the fleet.
I don't have a face worth sharing today. As well that my camera that I don't have to. I had to meet a new person today, and I was like, "Am I going to make something up, or am I just going to be like I had an altercation with a shrubbery?" Which it was mostly the pot that caused me this giant circle around my eye. But
That's so crazy.
yeah,
Are you okay though? Like
yeah. No, I'm completely fine. It's all soft tissue stuff. I'm dumb.
because this is streaming and stuff, it's all fun and games, but getting hurt, like I'm accident prone, so I hurt myself regularly.
Yeah, no, it does. And yesterday I was like stressed out after Loki stressed himself out and caused me guffs. So it just was a string of events that just happened. Shame looping. Shame looping. All right. So looping is a no.
I think they okay. I
Tourists
didn't.
they think they would.
I'm
Hellos
not a
all around.
purist. I have no idea. I'm not a purist, Like I'm the kind of person. I'm a get her done kind of guy. Like if it works, I literally use leather cording. If it gets it done in a rubber band world, I use leather cording. If it gets it done, it gets it done.
Right, because you can't fix everything with duct tape.
I wish you could. I have miles of duct tape in this room. Miles.
I think so. I've been really well, I don't think my dress form completely fits me because it's one of those plastic adjustable ones, and I want something to pin that is pinnable, but spending $40 for the bootstrap pattern just I just can't bring myself to do it. But I saw it on Adam Savage's channel the other day. It was from a couple weeks ago. This woman who used like the plastic. Actually, she used the press and seal cling film tape. It's not tape, but like saran wrap, but that sticks to itself. We used to use it in the chemistry lab all the time with duct tape, and then use that to as a pattern for 600. Is it 600 weight? I don't understand the units of measurement in thermoplastics, but this 600 something thick thermoplastics, and then they stitched it together and then heat shrunk it and then put a zip in it. So they've got a lightweight, easily packable, pinnable dress form. And I'm like, yes, please. Where do I get this fancy thermoplastic? Because I have a hair dryer and some sewing machines.
It's Godless Sewing at Sewing in Circles. That was gonna be my original YouTube name, but they eventually allowed me to put Godless Sewing on there. So it's I'll look it up in a second, but it's Godless Sewing. Oh, it is saved into this computer. I am a YouTuber. I know what I'm doing sometimes.
Right.
I forget that I have a whiz-bang computer because I don't use it as such. Like I use it for streaming purposes only, really.
Mm-hmm.
And so I forget that I have a functioning, like fully functioning computer.
I know. I don't think I'm like abusing is not the right word, but maximizing my new computer's fullest capability since it's like built as a gaming computer, and I'm not a gamer, but I knew that the graphics cards were going to be good.
Will the dress form go small enough for you to squeeze it down and then put padding over it? You could iron on some fusible interfacing so you don't need to do a cover. Or pull on a unitard. Ooh, I was gonna make one. I have really stretchy fabric.
I don't think you can squeeze it down, but if you do the on half of or put the zip at the middle of the shoulder down the bust and waist seam, then it zips apart so you can put it into two flat or I guess they wouldn't be flat because they're still curved. Everybody is hers cost money because I thought she did the bootstrap one that's like $40 to print, and I
I'm not giving away any major information. Okay. So
Right.
this is my
Don't
this is
dox yourself.
well, everything is so interconnected because of Facebook. And my real name is on there. But this is my Instagram. I made that. That is 5 different pieces that I sewed together to make one picture. I'm actually real. Oh, whoops. No, I don't want to change my profile. I'm trying to show off. Come on, come on, Instagram. But that's my Instagram. I'm a geek. I love so. Oh, that's my desert rose that shows up once a year. I'm obsessed with cactus, cacti.
Yeah.
Once a year it shows up, and you know what's funny? It smells bad.
A lot of yes, I Depelia, which is another type of succulent, and it has a sea star shaped flower to it, but it smells like rotting meat because it's pollinated by flies and not butterflies. So it has to depend on your pollinator. Some things like the stinky stuff.
It reeks. It's beautiful. Every year it pops up. Every year, once a year, and I take a picture of it every year because it's an annual thing. But it smells so bad. Streaming does kill a computer. I had a 2019 desktop. It could not handle the rigors of StreamYards, of YouTube and everything. And YouTube bombards your computer with ads, with pop-ups, with all these things. And I have computers all the way from 2012 all the way made to 2020, and the older computers can't take all the information.
Yeah, no, my last one before it, the keyboard crapped out.
Before I forget, this program is intended for entertainment purposes only, and content is not intended to malign any religion, race, company, individual, or wigs. All opinions expressed by Godless Sewing and program participants are solely their personal views and do not reflect the opinions of every human being on planet Earth. And if you don't like that, we have exits on both sides. And in Spanish, that's a la izquierda and derecha. And you can't see it right now, but Phoenix is pointing. You can't see it.
I know, but yeah. I went through my whole flight attendant routine.
I got you.
Even for nobody, if nobody could even see me, just practice.
I only look like I don't pay attention. I'm ready. I'm coming ready today. I've been sick. I've been laying around. Okay, so really quickly, I live in my own little world, okay? I just discovered the world of podcasts.
So, what do you think that you've been doing? Like, how else would you classify what you've been doing?
Well, no, I've participated in a few. I don't consider this a podcast. I just go live and talk about the stuff I've been sewing all week in my insane life. Like,
but that's a podcast.
It's not easy. It's not easy to find me on Instagram for some reason. It's because I don't engage that much. If you guys find Phoenix, I'm friends with Phoenix.
Right? Yeah, you can find it through mine, and I'm Phoenix_electric, all lowercase letters. I'm pretty sure.
But that's not the first. You guys aren't the first people to say that you can't find my page. I was really involved on Instagram, and then I exploded on Twitter. I have 3,000 something followers on Twitter, and that kind of took over because no one cared on Instagram. No one. Okay,
well, it's hard on Instagram a little bit. Like if you're not showing some A&T and pretty food, then
no, Alibaba. I don't. What do you call it? I don't even know. I don't consider this a podcast. I don't even know what you call this. Like, I like going live. I consider it its own little world, These shows are too long to be a podcast. This is talk. Damn right. This is talk radio that hasn't found a station.
I can go with that.
I grew up obsessed with talk radio. I feel honored, Kilroy, that you say that I qualify for talk radio. I still have a radio in this room that I listen to talk radio to this very day.
I don't know. Well, I list my show on Rumble as a podcast because I don't know what else to call it.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. And at my job, I still have an 8-track player that works, that's hooked up to like 15 old speakers all throughout the shop. I don't mess around. It's the same device I used to listen to Dr. Demento in the 80s. They just don't build things like that anymore.
No, they don't.
You hear it, Godless Phoenix wants to see you twerking. Kilroy, see, Kilroy knows. Kilroy knows. The reason that I'm not successful on Instagram is because I don't show my nalgas. I just show my clothes. I'm obsessed with sewing. I'm obsessed with upcycling, and that's what my Instagram was dedicated towards, was upcycling.
I think there's a place for it. It's just funny how they don't push it. Like,
Yay! Hi,
like,
mom.
hey,
Hi, mom.
Rita.
Yay! Coffee. I'm always down to have a cup of coffee with everybody. What is the name of the kid and the dog in Dr. Demento? It's been so long. It's been so long. Do you know what's really funny? I was obsessed with wrestling, and I have a lot of wrestling tapes. I put on WrestleMania 2000, and I started crying.
Right, because half the guys are dead or brain damaged right now.
Oh, dude, when Rikishi and Scotty 2 Hottie started doing their dance, and I'm like, I'm old, and I just started like puffy face crying. Like, it was like, oh. So I try to stay away from Dr. Demento. Even a lot of George Nori makes me sad, even though he dyes his hair. I'm not here to shame anyone, but like, just let it go. Like, just let it go. Yay.
Let it go. I never even see that.
Last I heard Dr. Demento was in 1979. I was probably listening to replays. Probably, tell you the honest truth. Oh, I miss old school talk radio. Was so stacked. It was so stacked back in the day. Like every program brought something.
Yeah.
Or they'd show like the old NBC or CBS radio shows. I'm addicted to those. I watch a bunch on YouTube. A bunch.
I just listen to the old radio ones to make me to sleep.
Yay! Hi, Water Days mom. I'm gonna bring up John Morant, but I have a non-offensive picture. Right,
because mom's watching. You gotta. This is the PG show.
Hey, skids. No, but I have a question. Like, is it okay to have a moral clause in your job? Like, well, in my job, I have a moral clause. But is it okay to have a moral clause in your job?
I mean, I guess depending on your job, I don't know why one wouldn't.
The NBA?
Oh, right, because they're not supposed to like be doing drugs and hanging out. Yeah, moral is yeah.
I was obsessed with Babylon 5, and towards the later seasons, they would constantly talk about how you can't legislate morality, and that's such a conversation to have, because in a way we do already in our society.
Right.
She's just here for your abs. Oh, don't make me do it. It's early.
To just show off your jackets with no shirt on and just a jacket and abs. That would get you more attention on the grams for sure.
This does pull people off of YouTube. Just like, ooh, what's that? Andre the Giant drank over 100 bottles of beer from across. Oh my God! At Friends at My Uncle's Bar. This is a famous book. Do you know I knew someone that was 6'7". It takes them more to get intoxicated. They eat more food. They
for everything.
Dr. Demento's still making new shows, but you have to pay on his website. It's for suckers like me. Capitalist.
Yeah, that's like paying for Netflix, but only no, that's like subscribing to my locals that I have nothing on there, so don't just come follow me on locals, but don't give me money.
It's so funny. Like I have like signed up to all of these sites not knowing what they are. I still have an Odyssey. Really don't know what it does. And I will never post anything on it because it's in my real name.
Oh, you should change that.
I don't know how. I just hit Google usually because I'm on my Godless Sewing account. So everything just goes to Godless Sewing automatically.
Yes, with a bow tie, please.
Oh, whoops, wrong one. So, when does Phoenix want to see him twerk? I actually have that outfit in here.
Like he's just as like camera's
With
not
the
on.
cuffs. Where's my Calvin Klein box? I have that outfit in here.
We got bunny ears too, just and a tail. Can we just like mash them all up, please? Oh, I can't, Loki. I can't read the chat. I have to.
Strawberry rhubarb pie.
Ooh,
Mmm.
that is always nice. But the crust has to be perfect. Okay, do you pie crusts? Graham cracker generally 100% win. Baked ones, they're 50-50. Like the upper ridge gets nice, but then it gets over, or the part of it gets nice and the rest is burnt. Loki, I can't pull up the chat.
I will riot if it's not graham cracker. I will pick it in front of your house if you do not serve me a pie that does not have graham. I buy this weird coconut cream thing. I don't even like it. I just like that it's made on a giant soft graham cracker.
So basically, you just want cheesecake.
I'm obsessed. I love cheesecake too. Cheesecake is beautiful.
It is, and that's got a graham cracker crust because you don't. I usually think about pie, like a fruit pie with graham cracker. That's like a flour and butter dough with a little water.
I'm definitely biased towards graham cracker. I bake pies as well because I want to teach I want my son to know how to cook, how to do laundry, how to mow a lawn.
Right, he's got to have basic skills to survive.
So I can die in peace. So we do a lot of baking around here. Oh, I'm obsessed with but I've been on. I'm evil. I've been on this frosting cookie phase. I think I have diabetes.
You need to go get that checked out.
I
There's
really
even some like direct order lab companies now that you can just like. I don't know if it's a finger prick. I should look into it just because I'm curious. But
I could go to grandma's house. She's got the whole kit. Her diabetes went away when she lost weight.
That generally helps.
Best breakfast I had was made with 50%. Oh, raising flour. And you know what? You can't get me this time because I had nachos before the stream started, so I'm not hungry.
Oh my god, we had sushi and bulgogi steak and some nori. We had a very fancy splurge, but today's a big day, so.
Skids, I'm obsessed with Trader Joe's. No shame. And this is so sad. Ever since I decided to be a better person in my life, I hang out with my son and my mother every year on New Year's, and we go to Trader Joe's and we have finger foods for dinner. And like each of us get 4 or 5 items. We go crazy.
Oh, that's cute.
Every year. I love Trader Joe's. It's like a tradition in my house now.
There's one, it's like 12 miles away. It seems so far because
What's legit pastry crust? See, that sparks a whole other fight because I'm obsessed with like those McDonald's apple pies. I'll buy the fake ones. I'll buy the flaky ones from the store. Like I'm obsessed with those things.
Okay, I need to pull up the chat. Let me get up my cursor.
Trader Joe's is bomb. I love Trader Joe's. I make a mini New York cheesecake. Oh,
Ooh.
Homer Simpson face.
Yes.
Cheesecakes are I'll take it. I'm Al Bundy style. I'll take it if it's smelly. I don't care. Like I love cheesecake. I don't care if it's made of Gouda. I've been to Wisconsin. I don't discriminate. I love
Jewish New York all the way. There's a good cheesecake. Because like baked versus just cold with the cream cheese, they're different, but they're still good.
This is me.
You have diabetes, and in a couple months they'll think I have something like else. Well, better be right. You don't want them to think you have gangrene or like trench foot.
Oh, I saw trench foot on Twitter. I was like, I quit Twitter. I saw it and I was like, get out of here. The reason I feel like I have the beaties is because I feel my blood sugar drop sometimes. Trader Joe's has great seasonal puff pastries. Obsessed. I know exactly which ones you're talking about. I'm obsessed with those things. But ever since the pandemic, I'm hardcore on making everything from scratch. And I have a neighbor, one of my sewing friends. She has an apple tree. I have grapes. We do exchanges. Mm.
It is good. Oh, a lemon tree. That would be nice.
I don't know why I'm tripping tonight. Do you know I've been sick lately, so I am all over the place. I am just not paying attention.
Oh my gosh, Allie, yeah, I know that you knew people with trench foot. It happens. Oh, man.
Oh wow! I met people that had trench foot in World War I. That is just awful. I lived with a man that was a pincushion. I knew someone that was in Vietnam, and they had more scars on them than I ever could even imagine.
Oh, look, he stole my bench.
Your mic is kind of
I'm not talking next to it.
Oh, okay, there you go. That's one of the reasons I bring extra Zach's on a trip is because of hearing about trench foot. Do you know I bring extra snacks because up the hill from my house, when it snows, people get trapped in their car, and no one in California has preparations in their car.
Oh, yeah. It snowed up here today in the mountain.
Wow, it's raining here today.
Oh yeah, we had hail like crazy for a little while. Yep, it was all the things.
This has been one of the most mild summers I have ever experienced here in my hometown.
Well, it's
So
not summer till Wednesday, so late spring.
I live in the desert. It's usually like everyone's like holding their breath because usually it's like 95 by now and we're all brown. We're all
Yeah,
tan. Like,
everybody's still living their inner vampire.
you are wise, Kilroy. I've seen that happen in World War I. Thus, there was a group of that lived in Toronto that had their skin burned off from mustard gas until. Do you know what's really funny? Even my brother, what was that? What were people hit with in Iraq the first time in the 90s?
Oh, see, was that the no? That was the internal. Was the ricin?
He got
Was
hit
that
with something
spirit
in
gas?
something ripped off some of his like something really hurt him. Let's just put it that way. And he said it was a gas.
They are doing
we
that, and like I
we do, Kilroy. Sometimes I wonder how Californians don't just croak from some random moment. We do. Like we literally have to put fences around. When I was a kid, there were no fences around the power poles or any of the huge electrical breakers because people weren't that stupid. But and now it's like people challenge each other to go up there. It was 104 in Texas. Wow.
thank you, Loki.
Cyanide? It probably was cyanide.
I
I
know
think
if Kelly said it, it's probably true. Like I don't argue with my encyclopedia.
he was in Iraq during the first time in 1991 or 92 or 90, whichever one it was. Gosh, that was so long ago. He was like 19 years old. That's so sad that in America we measure time by the wars that we fought and the people that we know that fought in them.
Oh, I think that's everywhere.
All right, now that we're settled in, I want to put the picture of my buddy up. Saddam Hussein had lots of that gas. I think that's where he was in Iraq the first time,
Yeah.
or Kuwait. He went from Iraq to Kuwait. To be fair, during Super Bowls, World Series, and Stanley Cups, They have to grease up the telephone pole.
Dancing with the street
In
lights.
I can't remember what town that is. The bar's not there anymore, so I'll totally name it. It's called Johnny B's, and I believe it wasn't Bend. It was it Ashland?
I don't know.
One of those towns. I was with my friend, and people hate Californians. I stupidly was wearing this hat with the king sweater, and so everything was a challenge. And people there, this one guy was so mad. He's like, "Yeah, they riot in California all the time." I was like, I had to tell him I was there in Corvallis when they tore down the city because they beat USC. People riot everywhere.
Yeah. And for less and less reasons, but sports is a frequent.
They burnt the city down. I saw it. They were standing on cop cars, burning down shops. Same thing that happened. Corvallis is so beautiful. Corvallis is so beautiful.
It is nice.
I'm like trashing it and selling it in the same breath.
California, you're not welcome.
I used to say that when I first started streaming. I was like, I love you guys. Come and visit. Don't move here. But now Texans are saying that to Californians. They're like, don't move here. Let me see your ID, son.
Everyone is saying that to California. You have to not bring your own car and get a rental car, like have some old plates so that people your car doesn't lie about where you're from.
I remember the last Steelers Super Bowl, people were dragging their couches into the street, lighting them on fire when it was snowing out. That's dedication.
Yes, I need a new couch. This one sucks.
In LA, whenever there's a championship, the helicopter will literally put the camera on the 3rd Street Bridge, and you can see people coming from East Los Angeles to riot. And if you're judging me and you live in East LA, you know it's true. Come at me. Godless Sewing. You can't find me on Instagram, but you can find me on Twitter.
And Rumble and YouTube.
I know. I'm on the Rumbles. I'm on YouTube.
Locals.com too. Why not?
And when I figure out that they denied me 3 times for a live, and I have anxiety, so I was like, I quit.
I've done it up to 8, but I think it worked super easy yesterday, the second time when I just went in, because they'll save your your description, title, preview video in the new template section. So then it was super easy to just it pulled everything for me. And I was like, oh, I don't have to type that much. I'm just going to say yes. Okay, sweet, done.
Okay, so I put that in the group. Let's see if I can do this like a professional YouTuber. Do you know what's funny? I watch other people and I'm like, wow, I am so unprofessional.
No, but then you see Emily D. Baker, who's it has a high production value, but also a high quality support staff. But she does things all the time, and it's just a joke. She's like, "Oh, you think we're a professional?" And even the huge tubers still have some things never change, aren't that malleable.
And there's a podcast I've been watching recently, and she admitted that she was rich before she started the podcast. Because everyone's like,
right, that helps.
Yeah, they're like, oh, you have all this nice stuff. She was like, she's also in her 50s established, but she's like, I'm rich, you know.
Right. I earned this before. This is a side hustle. This is the.
So in the NBA, should they be able to legislate morality? No. This young man, this is a picture. Okay, so I thought it was $10,000 that this young man gave. He dropped $50,000 at a strip establishment.
Yeah, no, I think I talked about this on my stream. You just got the higher production value tonight. The clips.
I was looking for a decent picture. That is $50,000 on the floor.
Really? Oh, yes.
That's 50. That's, I don't care if you have money, if you don't have money, that'll change your mood. To the average person, that'll change your life.
Right. Yeah. You just upped yourself a tax bracket in most cases for the next tax year. Be prepared, kid. So should you be kicked out for having loose morals? My mom wants to know why you have so many phones.
So, two of them are for my job. One is for me, and the fourth one is because I wanted to have a rap career.
This is
I'm
the
kidding.
new version of the
I'm
future.
kidding.
You need an extra phone.
This one was a dud, and they gave me this one for free years ago. And I own all my phones, but I pay for them through my job. So like I'll go to get a new phone and they're like, you own that one. Every time I've gone to get a new phone, they're like, you own it, you can keep it. So I'm like, oh, put it on the Wi-Fi. I think you have the right to do whatever you want with your money as long as it's not blatantly illegal.
I
Thank
agree.
you. Yes. Thank you. And the reason I say this, and keep in mind, he flashed a piece on camera. He's dumb. You know,
But you can't legislate stupidity either.
No. It's your money. Yeah. And oh, you can't see my phones. I'm a rapper. It trips me out how, and I brought my keyboard back for all interested. I put it on top of the blind stitcher. I'm bringing my synth pop career back.
Yes.
It's because I was obsessed with Roger Troutman as a kid, and so I play the keyboard when I'm bored, and I have headphones because I respect my neighbors.
Yeah.
Contrary to popular belief, it is legal. If that's what he wants to do with his money, then that's his business. There's nothing crime adjacent. I think the problem is because he flashed a piece, he's a bad example. And you know what the funny thing is? In the 90s, Charles Barkley flat out said, like, I don't raise your kids, you need to raise your kids. Like, because people would get on Barkley because he was a gambler and a boozer, and he's like, I'm a grown man.
Right. I'm not the parent to your child.
No, and that whole generation, they drank like professional wrestlers. They smoked cigarettes. Like Vlade Divac, who played for the Lakers, he was known to smoke half a pack of cigarettes at halftime.
Shit.
Oh yeah, those guys were made of something else. I would die. I would literally die of cardiac arrest if you let me smoke cigarettes and play basketball.
Well, there's that, but then there's the 10 in like 20 minutes. Like, how do you even do that? How do you blow through a smoke in like 2 seconds?
True. Headphones don't work well around the amps I have for my guitars. This particular piece, I have a really, really old pair of studio headphones that work. I'm surprised they still work. Like, they're old. They're from like 94, 95. I remember when we went to Radio Shack and got them. Like, they're that old.
When there used to be Radio Shack, I didn't
back in the day, you could literally build a robot at Radio Shack. They had components and everything you could possibly think of. But is pulling a piece illegal, or is that just against the rules of the club? No, he didn't pull the piece at the club. I don't know how to say this without sounding insulting, but he's an internet gangster. Him and his friends
for his own clout.
Yeah, they'll be on Instagram Live or something, and they'll be singing a song, and he'll flash a piece. Man, where I'm from, you get slapped for stuff like that. Like, you don't, like, there's certain etiquette. Especially, and the rule is, as far as a firearm, if you pull it out, you're going to use it. So you never pull it out unless you're practicing.
Right, like if you're not at the range, you don't show things that you don't need to.
Nothing he did was illegal. It was just stupid. Because he lives in Memphis. He plays for the Memphis Grizzlies. Their gun laws are like, hey, kid, can you see over the bar? We'll hand you an AR-15.
Here's your first hunting rifle, child.
Sorry, judgy Californian here, but come on.
No BB guns around here.
But I've heard from people who have been living
on live tapings at the Gordon Ramsay show. Apparently during commercial break, he has a cigarette. Dude smokes like a chimney. Interesting.
I actually had a good friend who did I miss Boffy. She had a company. It was called Tasty Cakes. She made pastries, and she got it catered for Gordon Ramsay and said the same thing. Boffy, if you're listening, you're a legend, and I pretend to be you. You're a legend. Up in arms, Kilroy. Sony digital headphones, the ones I actually, it's funny you would say that. I have had these since high school. They still work. I'm shocked. These are like double my son's age. So sad, but true. I still rock out with my Sonys, and they bump. I let nothing go in this. it is 1996 in this room. Flashing a piece on IG is stupid as fuck, but it's also not worth giving much of a shit about either. The problem is, if you go on IG, everybody's flashing a piece. If you type in Sinaloa, Mexico, type in Lima, Peru, you'll see some guy with an AK next to like a puma. I'm not kidding you. Like Instagram, man. See, but I speak Spanish, so I go on like Latin Instagram. They don't play. They got cartel pictures on there, and it's on Instagram. And it's legal where they live, you know. And you know what? I have family that's from Leon. Sinaloa is no joke. I've always liked Sony sound profile. After all these years, the bass is still there. It's a quality product. These things they're so old and they still work. I have some help me out, Phoenix. Sunshiner? What are those?
Sennheisers.
Sennheiser.
Sounds like a German brand. Sennheisers.
Mine gave out a long time ago. I have Sony MDR V600 now. Wish I had the digital studio one still. Oh man, I have. Where are my Radio Shack headphones too? I've been doing. I've been doing a ton of cleaning. First, I'm so sad that I found this. Hold on, let me take this. While cleaning, I found this hidden under a bunch of clothes. I forgot I had this.
Oh, look at all those pretty decorative stitches.
I use this for everything. I blow these machines out. I love the Target, Walmart. Like these machines were specifically made for Target and Walmart. I love those machines. I blow them out the water. I'm like, let's make 100 t-shirts on you.
Well, now you have to get your blind stitcher hooked up.
I use Sennheisers. They're German. Sounds great. Awesome. So I have kind of a weird question.
All right, then I probably expected your answer.
So a long time ago, I had that tapestry that was from Egypt that I thought was rare. Butterfly your clutch. Butterfly. I can't believe you put. Oh, let me put my. I can't believe you put stickers on that machine. People riot. People riot when they see the stickers on my machine. So, my grandmother had priceless stuff all around her house. And while everybody was fighting about everything else, I literally took the entire contents of her house and put it in storage. And so now, 6 or 7 years later, I own her entire house. This was in her backyard forever. I really didn't know. This is cloth. This is like Mesoamerican. This is from Mexico. Would it be blasphemous if I put it on a t-shirt? If I took it out of its frame and saved it? Let me back up.
If that's how I think that's up to you how you would choose to preserve it. If the value mostly is sentimental and not like financial, but you're going to love it more a different way, then
look at the artwork. Someone made this by hand. The only reason I would even do this is because this sat in her backyard longer than you and me put together.
Right, well, if you just had it in the back, yeah, do what you want. It's yours.
But like it's this is cloth. You know, and you don't touch. I don't. You know where I'm from. You don't touch.
It's gonna be pearl clutching from Killer Ice.
I would leave it framed. I need to fix the frame. Yes, put it on a. I don't know if it's one of a kind, but it's because my grandparents traveled the world, and so a lot of the stuff they have, it's like I'll never be able to get another one.
Yeah, the shirt's gonna wear out and might get. I'm of both minds.
It was built around the frame was literally built around it.
So they're a match set. They're meant to.
It's got a crack on it. Should I just keep it? I've been cleaning out my closet. Trust me, when I put the Egyptian tapestry on a jacket, people in my family were ready to fight me. And I didn't want to admit that when I went through my grandmother's house, I found 3 more. So it wasn't as priceless as everyone thought it was. If you take it out of the frame, you might find some more info. See, but the problem is, like, in my grandmother's house, she had fake Gustavo Montoya. Is that his name? She had like fake paintings that are now worth a ton of money because they're fake Gustavo Montoyas.
Oh yeah, I'm thinking of Klimt, but those are reprints that I've seen everywhere.
Even the reprints are worth money now, though.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the thing. I would never sell that, though. I would never sell my grandma's fake Gustavo Montoya stuff. It's on the walls in my house. Whenever you see me walking in the hallway, this literally is stuff on the right. I think that piece is stunning. Have it evaluated first. If it does not have artistic monetary value, then appreciating it on a code is not necessarily bad. Wall hanging it might be better. I agree. I should. That's the thing. I learned a long time ago. I came up on thousands and thousands and thousands of comic books, and my son was very young, and I said, "Oh, grab one." Isaiah grabbed a Hulk that was worth thousands and thousands. And honestly, in retrospect, I really don't care. But like, as someone who sold comic books for a while, I let my son destroy like something that's worth like worth like a 1995 Honda Accord.
Well, you live and you learn.
Exactly. I'm not even mad about it. I've learned to look everything up. Because I am a picker, and there are certain things that I have an eye for, like sewing machines. But that's the problem. I've made a killing reselling sewing machines, and so that's what I look for and research constantly. I don't know. That's a very good point. I need to back up off my own. I wonder if I have that Egyptian tapestry thing in here.
I don't know. Oh, let's see here. Oh, right. We are all cut up on the chat.
This is from 1970s Egypt. Well, 1960s Egypt. But I believe that's King Tut speaking to his wife. I could be wrong. But I put it on a coat, and everybody freaked out.
Oh, let's see. Oh, Commander's back in the house. Hooray. They are finally loading my truck, and you can tell because the truck shakes like there's some kind of large animal in the back. Really, sometimes that eye is a bit off for the sewing machines. Touch and throws, for instance, and that, brother. You're getting shamed. I'll just throw in, I didn't think I thought I was getting a treadle when I picked up this 101, but the price was right, and
oh man,
I don't hate her. She's kind of nice, except for my giant knee bruise.
I had to take my beard off. I'm back from the alternate universe. I saw a picture of myself I saw a video of myself from 3 years ago, so I had to frame my chin. I absolutely missed my chin. I forgot. I want to give a shout out to anybody that has a Matt Smith chin. I see you. You're valid, and I love you. I don't know you, but I love you. I'll shout out to all my big chin people. I see your ancestry. My problem is I can't say no to do something that seems like a great deal, and I like looking at things I know nothing about, so I wind up buying a bunch of junk. I should literally get that tattooed on my forehead.
I know, I go back and forth with my magpie tendencies, but I've also gotten to the spot of like, you have to clean stuff, make sure it looks nice, and
Man, I am getting shamed.
No.
I am getting shamed for that, brother. It's a cheapie. I love the cheapies. I will not turn down a $15 sewing machine. I'm dangerous at the Goodwill. What can I say? I am dangerous at the Goodwill. Oh, it's so sad.
I know, this is a great machine. I'm so glad I spent $35 to get her some more presser feet.
It's worth it because you're going to use no, those things are just excellent machines. The 101 is quite good. Direct drive like some 201s and the 1591. Absolutely. So I'm telling you, I got that in Ventura. Ventura was an absolute honey hole for sewing machines. I think everyone aged out at the same time in Ventura. And I just happened to like, those were the days. Every thrift store I would go to, I would find a sewing machine, $10, $15. And then by the time I got to the beach, I would get a classic Singer for like $45. And then lunch, and I'd go home. How is the 101 working, Phoenix?
She is doing great. I hope she sounds nice, because that's what I've got going today is I attach the tiers that I ruffled yesterday and previously for this irreverent red, white, and blue star-spangled petticoat dress, because America.
Absolutely. Oh, that's right. Alibaba. I love it when people say America. I'm such a homer. Alibaba last week, Kilroy discovered that their sewing machine was a 1905 Davis honeymoon. Do you know anything about a Davis honeymoon? I've only seen pictures, and ever since I Googled it, I fell in love.
But that's how I feel about the Phoenix machines. I'm like, I didn't even know this brand existed, but yes, it has my name. Why not get one?
That's like my star. Like when I walk up on certain sewing machines, I think it's a Singer because they literally have the market here, and I'm like, ooh, what's a star? I love that. I absolutely love that moment. Absolutely, butterfly. Absolutely.
The older the better sometimes. And these ancient machines, they just are built to last. Hopefully nothing ever breaks, none of the cast iron parts break, but do you think a blacksmith would rebuild a part if you needed to for an old machine, if you knew the right person for the right price?
I watch people do it in India, and I know there's much debate about that, but people still do it. Absolutely. It's all about having fun. Oh my gosh. So how do we feel about Passport Bros?
You do you. As long as you're not breaking any laws, you can be whatever weird you want.
Somebody I know, I recently found out that they go to Colombia. I never put two and two together because I'm a boring soccer dad. I'm a real life parent. USDA certified boring. So I no longer have exciting adventures of going to Colombia and things like that. So I thought it was extremely strange. I know the right person for the right price. Boy, that saying around here, that'll make you rich if you could follow through. Does the part need replacing or just repairing?
Oh, it doesn't need anything. It's more of a hypothetical of like, in the worst case scenario, if for whatever reason, but no, we're all good and running.
I know the right person. Okay, so Passport Bros are people who go to other countries because they're not necessarily favorable of American women or men. And so they go to other countries, and it's not necessarily, they don't necessarily go get like mail order brides or anything like that. They go and try to like they look like Colombia is more conservative. Venezuela, they go to different countries that are more conservative.
Or they go to South Korea or Thailand. Like there's a
The
huge
Philippines is
exhibit
huge.
in the Pacific.
I actually know a man who moved to the Philippines, and I can't believe I'm saying this on a live, but I think his wife left him in the Philippines.
Oh, well, that's different.
And everyone's like, please come back to America, and he won't.
Oh, right, because well, yeah.
And he's like he's got to be almost 70. Almost 70. I was raised by senior citizens, so everyone I know, they're in their 70s or almost 80s, but as far as older people that I know.
Well, why not live out your days on the beach with good food and dark-haired beauties?
He does. He's that stereotype of rich old person. So basically, a passport bro is somebody who goes to a different country looking for a significant other. With that purpose. It's just it was so strange to me. I'm about to agree with you, Kilroy. Hold on, I'm waiting. The call, it takes a second because I can see it right here, but it takes a second for the chat to catch up. So they're assholes that basically go to other countries and pick up chicks that would put up with their asshole ways. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes, but I see, at least for this one chap who's a American lawyer from Florida who has got residence overseas in the Far East. He has like just a no chubby chicks policy, and in the U.S., if you're like very looks oriented and you're like, I want to rule out this whole group being here, you're not necessarily going to get tiny Asian girls, ladies.
Yeah, but okay. Hold on. I think you're chucking out your whole. I think if you're chucking out your whole country of people in your sexual matchup, then that's an indication of a problem with you. I agree. Okay. See, but again, I am one of those people who can find a significant other. There are some people who can't. I'm outgoing. I'm annoyingly outgoing. When I need to put the charm on, I'll turn it up to 10, or I'll turn it to 11, and the button says "Godless sewing." But not everybody's like that.
No.
So I try not to shame people. But this person, they failed. They married somebody the first time from El Salvador, and that failed miserably. And they're doing it again. It's just weird to me. My opinion is that if you're superficial like that, the relationship is doomed from the start. Yes, it's going
There could be something very true to that statement as well.
I was just shocked that someone I know is a real life passport bro. I don't put two and two together because I mind my own business. I truly mind my own business and live, like I live in my own little world, because it's not, if somebody chooses to do something, it's not my business, at all. And I'm not judgmental like that, but it's just like, when I hear that, I'm like, oh my gosh, I am so boring. I'm like sitting at the grocery store reading the back of the balsamic vinegar to see what's in it. Like, I'm boring.
Right, but some of these folks, I wonder, like, that's what they want their end goal to be. They just want it with a exotic flair.
Not that you can't like a culture or find love abroad, but what is it you're looking for? Exactly, a different culture or someone that you can dominate or manipulate. It's usually the latter, let's be real, because, it's one of those things like if you could, you would, The thing that shocks me is that sometimes I'd rather be single, man.
Relationships take a lot of work and are kind of expensive. It's like a sewing addiction.
I think about that all the time. Like, I don't think I could have a significant other and my sewing addiction unless they were a sewist as well. It's just so strange to me that people, and this is massive because I got bored and I started hitting stuff on the tubes. I found a page of people that go to the Philippines. It's just, and now it pops up on my shorts. It's people go to the Philippines looking for young women, and it's always the same type. It's the American or
What's
and you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. I am not trashing anybody. Um I live someone that I really, really, really respect. She says it too much, but she's from Vietnam and her husband paid her mom $10,000. And they've been together very long time. They're she's a mom, she's one of my soccer mom friends.
yeah.
But she openly will tell anyone that hey Mark Short, how's it going? That she's from Vietnam, you know? And you know what? Like before my father passed away, he told me that if anyone ever walks up and they're half black and half Filipino, half Cambodian or Vietnamese, to believe them. So I may have a brother or sister floating out there. Because he was there from 1958 until 1972.
Oh yeah, that's a long time, Dad. Long time. Long time no see.
8 months at a time. 8 months at a time.
Oh, fascinating. So there might be like another knot. There could be a whole other like baker's dozen.
Yeah. A whole other like he would talk about it all the time. So like the thing is like if like especially towards the end of his life, he started telling the truth about certain things, and I'm like, ooh, like you used to joke about that, but now I think it's real. Mortality will do that to you.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else was I going to talk about? Podcast. Oh, so I'm obsessed with thrifting, okay? Where is your line between something that you will buy and you won't buy? Yesterday, I was at the swap meet. You coincidentally, right after I took the picture and sent it to the group, I was at the swap meet. And I'm obsessed with wearing, like I love jerseys of teams that don't exist anymore. So I collect a lot of Washington Redskins stuff, Montreal Expos. I'm obsessed with the Expos. So I saw a Robert Griffin III jersey. I knew it was a Redskin jersey. I asked the guy in Spanish how much it was. I went to grab it, and the jersey was greasy.
Ew.
I said ew out loud. Keep in mind, like, I'm standing there with my patches on. The sun was out. But where's your line? Would you buy a greasy jersey if you really wanted it? Spoiler, I did not buy it. And I wanted it, but I didn't because it turned me off that much.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't wanted anything that bad in a while.
I worked with a guy who always said he probably had a few dozen kids out there he didn't know about because he was in the Navy. That's my dad. My dad was in the Navy.
Port in every call, or a call in every port.
Yeah, I could have been in a sports bar close to the kitchen. Oh, that's true. It could have been. That's true. Like I bought my Colin Kaepernick jersey had a footprint on it. That means that someone probably did some evil things to it before they sent it off. Still here, the internet connection is bad. You know, it's so choppy. It's so hit or miss sometimes. Could have dry cleaned it. That is true. Laundry exists, and there could be
Right.
and there could be nasties on clothes you got before. This was so greasy, though, it wasn't worth it to me because I do miracles to clothes. I do. And that's part of the challenge, too. Like, I look for trashed items, and I want to bring them back up to at least, like, non-yellowing color. I'm a vintage guy.
You need to have some look of oldness, but not nasty.
I washed the grime off, you know? Especially, like, the 90s, like I always wanted that Dallas Cowboys with the stars on. I didn't care. It said Ricky Williams. I didn't care. I did not care. Like I was like, I do not care. I want this jersey, but I got it for $5. you
The
know.
power of the jersey compels you.
That tells me that shop isn't washing their shit before they put it on the floor, so they ain't getting rid of bed bugs. So I'm running out. That's exactly was
Yeah.
my thought too. I just left. I was like, nope, 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 nope. And plus, I have this really weird thing about I think most of the stuff at the swap meet is stolen. And as someone who owns major power tools, who owns just in this room, there's 11 rollaways. I get offended when I see tools. Like I inherited my tools. Like tools are important.
Yeah.
You know, like it makes me so angry when I
Well,
can see
maybe
someone.
you need to look for the antique and vintage tools of quality and not the stuff that
True.
offends your sensibilities.
I have a weird collection of hand cranks. Oh, that reminds me. Well, it's early. I won't bring out my. It's still early. I'm getting a little too excited because the Sudafed sinus is kicking in.
Oh, you're getting your second wind. Your
Well,
first wind we just started.
I've been so sick sitting at home, like obsessively watching Made to Sew. Does anyone watch? Is it Made to Sew? It's Made to Sew. Made to Sew. Yeah. I obsessively watch Made to Sew because we both have she did a tutorial of how to use your sewing machine, and it was the Husqvarna Viking. So I've made quite a few things that she's made. And you should check her out. She really doesn't make stuff like she really doesn't have content like she used to, but a lot of her old stuff is just gold. Absolute
Awesome.
gold.
Is it MAID or MADE?
MADE.
Okay.
Made to Sew. She's awesome.
No, I know. I just wanted to make sure I got the right spelling because that word's got different spellings.
True. YouTube's funny that way.
It could be a channel where all they sewed was like Victorian aprons and like French maid uniforms. Like, I don't know. Actually, that would be cute. A station that just made costumes.
I've actually fallen into quite a few channels like that only make period pieces and stuff like that. It really depends on the channel. They're so smooth and quiet. Are you talking about the Husqvarna Vikings?
No, it has those hand crank screwdrivers and drills are a joy to use. They are so smooth and they are quiet. Yes, that's why I feel so weird sewing with an electric machine, but Lottie goes way quieter compared to my 01, 02 Kenmore. She just is so noisy.
I like the clank though of some of those 1960s, 1970s sewing machines. Some of them have a hard clack, and I absolutely love that.
Oh, the Victorian.
I peeked right up with the idea of Made to Sew. I love her. I absolutely love her. I love the Victorian makers. I have those machines. Even if something's beyond my pay grade, I'm like, this is amazing. I'm not a hater. I'm an appreciator. And I take notes. I like it when someone knows more than I do. So I don't have to pretend like I'm the professor in the room.
Right.
I'm serious. It's okay to be teachable and to be a student. Like, I want to know. I got a 1969 edition of the Lutterhof system. I'm so excited for it to arrive.
I think we're going to go with Lutterlof.
Lutterlof.
Lutterlof. Oh, there's no F. It's a Lutterlof.
Well, my voice is different when I have smoke in my lungs.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so did anyone Alibaba, I don't know if you were able to watch Nancy Zeman, but did anyone watch Nancy Zeman in the 80s or 90s? I loved her. I still watch her stuff. It reminds me of my childhood. I've kind of stopped putting her on thumbnails, but I still watch her. Like, Nancy Zeman is my hero. when I hook up the motor to this honeymoon, sounds like a small engine, makes a newer machine sound like a whisper quiet. Those older machines are just, I love those motors because they were made to last. So they came with power.
Yeah, but this machine's got power, but she's still quiet.
Waterne, please let me know how you like Luder Low? Luder Low. I
Yeah.
haven't and haven't used it. I watch Nancy occasionally. I love Nancy Seaman. Like she taught me how to sew in a lot of ways. I've been watching her since I was a child. It's a miniature pattern book. Oh, you use it in a tape. Use it with a tape measure that has a graded edge. Oh, and he dropped out the pattern based on your measurements. Awesome.
Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. There's a couple of these different types. This is an old thing that's been around forever. Because on the archive.org, there's all these Victorian manuals that they have the same thing, and I'm like, but I don't want to buy your stupid ruler for your fancy measurements. Like, just give me. I guess that's just a me thing.
Man, I'm gonna learn how. I'm gonna need to learn how to say this. Luderlow. Do you have? Which Luderlow do you have? It's a 1 amp motor, and you can see the brush throws loads of blue arcs. Dude, I love those motors. I love
Is it supposed to look like that?
You know what? These like this white does that. This old white, this thing shoots sparks. That's why I unplugged it.
Because there's this thing called fire season that actually
Oh
is
man,
way this year. Because
I've been cleaning up so much. Is it fire? Is it? Are you guys in full swing at fire season over there?
It rained a shit ton. The grass is still green. It's like
We've
weeks
only
like
had.
proper like nasty fire season, I think, which is great because I can't remember the last time like it's been like this. Interesting. Okay.
We've only had two fires this season, which is unheard of for us.
Yeah, I mean, I take that back. There's been some little ones, but like the county down below, two in the county up north. But
Luder low. See, Waternay, I know you. I'll get it eventually. You just have to talk to me like I'm 12.
right, I know I'm usually terrible with phonetic things, but this is like phonics makes sense to how to say a word, but when they were using that when I was younger to teach that, use that for how to spell a word, that just fucked me up. Oh, sorry, Mama.
No, you're right. Literally started in 1935. Still a family business. That's awesome. I bet. See, that's a family that likes each other. Mine would have broken up the company and sued each other by now. Have to find the right system.
Probably. Yeah, I would like an old-fashioned book that still has the original ruler, I guess. But I'm asking. I just like unicorns. Actually, even modern drills with brushed motors, the brushes will arc just comes with the tech. Interesting.
I'm gonna mute myself, but I have to look now.
Okay. There's at least 3 fire extinguishers in that room, I'm pretty sure, and at least one within arm's distance. So
I have over 10 in this room because I'm accident prone.
So.
All right, so this is, I don't know if you'll be able to see. Oh, yeah, there it is.
Okay. Yep.
We're going full Mr. Rogers here at the Godless Sewing Channel today.
All from Pittsburgh. Would you be mine?
I like no joke. I have a rack of 4 right there, and because my predecessor owned buildings, when I got rid of a few, I took all the fire extinguishers out of the buildings because the inspector was kind of a jerk. So he's lucky I didn't take the stairs and the copper wire. He's lucky. I thought about unhinging the stairs, but I'm not that unhinged and taking them.
There's mean, and then there's just reckless. And
Well, technically, I built them. And they
The work product in your contract that might have made that a problem. I took a picture of that. I heard about the goodies one.
the goodie system out the McDonald's powdering system are good from 1880s, 90s. Is there a system you like, Alibaba? You can get letter loads from different eras with the tape measures. Phoenix also, some have posted online the templates for the graded end.
Okay, all right. Now I'm becoming wooed slowly. I'm not fully committed, but
Ooh, what is Halon? I bet if Mark Short is here, if Mark Short's here, I'm sure he knows what Halon. Well, what is
it's like
Halon?
yes, because it's just a different type of extinguisher.
That's crazy. I'm accident prone, and because I own a shop, I need to have fire extinguishers. And in the state of California, which is smart, they make you rotate your fire extinguishers.
Yeah,
But I think it's kind of a racket.
just to no. Well, it might be, but if you can't use it, you can use them again as training materials. Like once a quarter, you'd take out an expired extinguisher. Because how many people, like in theory, many folks know how to use them, but they've never actually sprayed a fire extinguisher or pulled the pin. So to have the mechanical practice of I'm stressed out and I have to do something I've never actually done in practice, but only in theory, you gotta get used to how it holds in your hand and splooges.
I'm not joking when I say that I have over 10 in this room. This is just me, like I'm no joke. Because I'm accident prone, I have to have fire extinguishers. And I used to also I owned a show truck that went up in flames. I have quite a few car extinguishers too. The McDowell's is very specific for each era, pattern, and shapes. Halon is a CFC. Oh, interesting. Mark Short, in Australia, do they have like rotation laws with fire extinguishers and certain types of equipment? Like here in my shop, they have expiration dates, and if we keep it past it, it's a major violation. Halon is like the extinguisher equivalent of R12. Works awesome, but blows a hole right through the ozone layer. Got it. Crossbows, I haven't put the manuals online a couple times. There's a fire blanket I saw an ad for that looked good and doesn't snow out your house.
Oh, that's
That's
nice.
that's a very good point. When I was younger, I worked for a place called Service Master, and their entire business is going in and cleaning up all the damage the fire department did to your house. Halon destroys the ozone layer and is bad for everyone except aircraft and submarine. Oh, it's banned on everywhere except for. That's interesting.
Can I do a quick? Did you hear about what is this about the submarine that went down to the Titanic and is like missing at sea?
I'm so glad you brought that up because I saw that on the evening news because I'm not up on modern stuff. There is a billionaire. See, sometimes it doesn't pay to be a billionaire.
Well, it does. It doesn't eliminate stupid decision choices.
They only have 96 hours of air. They've been missing. At the time, they've been missing for 24 hours, but that was this morning. So we don't know what the countdown is now. Well, I don't know what the countdown is now, but basically it's a billionaire and three scientists were going down to take pictures of the Titanic, and they an hour and a half into their descent, they lost a ping. People forget that the Earth is 75% water.
Fred, it's easy to get lost in the water.
It's literally like being in outer space. I'm trying not to laugh, but as human beings, we think we are the supreme beings on this planet. We inhabit 25%, and we inhabit less than that 25%. You know what I'm saying? Like, we are not the supreme beings of this planet. And so it's sad. 4 human beings are lost. 4 human beings are lost. I've also stripped design. So I don't know. How do you feel about that, Phoenix?
I get your money, your problems.
We have to have our extinguishers recertified every so often. They make us replace everything. I think it's a racket here in Cal State OSHA. Like, they must be $1 billion business. They used to use halon in service rooms as part of the energy. It's part of the emergency fire suppression equipment because it doesn't leave powder. Oh, I remember that from when I was a kid. Like, I remember halon systems. You could put an alarm on a minute later. Take huge tanks. Oh. I also have the supplement my neighbor gave me. So, at 16 hours, there is an automatic buoyancy device that will bring them up intact. Oh!
So if there's nothing broken. All right, so they're just waiting to... So, okay, well, hopefully everything works out all right on that device with no malfunctions.
I need to hear this, though, because I want one of those dolphin submarine things, those private submarines. I need to hear this to stop me from saving up and buying one.
Yeah, no.
Where? To Twitter. I need to know how much those are.
Out of more than you feel like spending.
Dolphin. Of course, dolphin submarine price pops right up because they're like, all right, dummy, we'll show you. Whoa. They're actually weirdly 48,000, 60,000.
But why? No.
I want one so bad. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't. I always tell people, like, I literally buy a tractor.
Right,
Farm alfalfa and hay. You'll make money. Going to submarine to see Titanic would be a wonderful experience, but you have to recognize that it is also potentially dangerous. Definitely. But Waternay, it's only something that a select few of humans will ever be able to do because they have the money to do it.
I know. Did they record it? Were they going to share it for everybody, or was this going to be a personal experience?
I think it might have been a personal experience for a super duper duper rich guy who has more money than brains. Here they just require an extinguisher check every year and just for businesses. Although if you have a fire and your insurance company finds a bad extinguisher, I didn't know that. They could deny the claim. Well, if I have a fire, I'm just going to throw all my extinguishers into it. That submarine wasn't even a cool Navy one. They look like a cement sewer pipe with pontoons on the side, literally. I'm scuba certified. Even just 60 down, you can just zip up to the surface if something goes wrong.
Right, because you get the bends and decompression sickness, which is why there's more nitrogen in the tanks to keep you lighter, because the blood's more nitrogen than... Never mind, we don't learn stuff here, especially super nerdy stuff.
I can't believe the dolphins are affordable. They were a lot more money. Times must be hard at the dolphin company.
I'm sure, because it's been the darkest days. So who's got money, disposable income like that? Unless you already had disposable income like that.
The tractor was twice this, but again, the tractor makes money. A dolphin will not make money. A dolphin submarine. Because I wouldn't want people in my dolphin submarine.
Right. It's unite, yes.
Yeah, I need to get off this page. Would you ever ride around in something stupid like that? A submarine dolphin? It literally looks like a dolphin. It's the size of a car.
No, I love the ocean. Oh, okay. Let's go with this. Yes, if it was like a tourist experience, I might be compelled. But to own and have to be like it need to recoup itself, don't love it that much.
Halon catalyzes the
Yeah.
destruction of ozone, and it lasts in the atmosphere for about 80 years. So it's an ecological disaster. I have a halon extinguisher that I keep forgetting to take to town to hand in. We have stuff like that here too. People still have like old Geiger counters, all kinds of fun stuff.
Well, that's for radiation. You want the Geiger counter.
But some of them have old rate like the old
Yeah, but if they
ones.
still work, you want to just keep them intact. They
I
do
said
their
the
job.
same thing.
It's like a sewing machine. That's like a sewing machine.
I'm weary about anyone that tells me to turn in anything. To tell you the honest truth. I mean, I
I
just played
speaking
Spirit
of
Island and
that story that I was talking about yesterday with the armed IRS agents, they went to a place in, I must have corrected myself. I think well, it was Montana, but they didn't. They took the people's license applications. Like it had with the stuff that they're saying the IRS took. It had nothing to do with financial data. And like, what's the IRS doing rating a, a shop? I
the
don't get
IRS. Like, so you feel like they overstepped their boundaries.
it. Doesn't even make sense. Like, armed IRS agents, like, oh no, it's financials. They, it's like la la land in my brain.
I agree with you. They don't play like ask Wesley Snipes or Martha Stewart. You know,
Right?
people forget that Wesley Snipes did 5 years in federal prison.
And
Blade was
Robert
in.
Barnes was his lawyer.
Oh, Wesley did time for real. Like he's got real prison muscle. If I'm going in a submarine, it's gonna be a real Navy one with trained people. That is true. Oh gosh, there's a scene in Stargate Continuum where when they go to alternate universe, Jack O'Neill picks up um, Cam, um, Cam Mitchell and Captain Carter. Captain Carter, Colonel Carter picks him up in a submarine. It's actually really dramatic, and they use the United States Navy in the shot. It's an actual submarine.
Yeah, well, and I think that is big enough to like now, like on some of these like tiny things. I think I might. I don't know that many people in such a small space. I don't know. I need my space.
The thing with looking like a dolphin in the ocean is you might get confused for a dolphin. Dolphins are silent too. Water just dolphins, otters, and killer whales are not what you think. Just because they're pretty doesn't mean they're not the most evil thing in the ocean.
Well, no, because wasn't there up the coast a ways the orcas that were like capsizing boats? Am I hallucinating that story? I don't think so.
I'll look
Like
it
I
up, but like orcas are dicks. Otters are evil.
but they're so cute.
They are, but they're so
Sisters
disgustingly evil.
they are the Loki of the sea.
They're so mean to each other. I'm done with otters. Every time Isaiah and I, every summer, we go to the zoo, and we're going this year too. I don't care if it's jail for animals. I'm going. They have great food. The LA Zoo has funnel
Now,
cake. Sorry. Go ahead, Tina.
oh, just that the zoos and all these experiences that have gotten feel very expensive. Like go to a movie? No, I'll wait till I can stream it. Things.
The LA Zoo is cheaper than a movie.
Oh, that's good.
It's still like 11, $12. It's still affordable for local residents.
Yeah, and probably less if you do they if they have a season pass.
Yeah. And they have like they have all kinds of they want you to go to the zoo.
Yeah,
And it's clean and they have affordable food and it's like I love carnival foods. They have like hot dogs and funnel cake and like
yeah.
calamari. because I'm crazy and I live in California. You can get calamari
Yeah,
anywhere.
that's when I was going to the dairy festival carnival as a young human. They did not have calamari.
It's the weirdest thing. I challenge myself. Like, I've been to the Staples Center. It's now the Crypto Center. They had calamari. Dodger Stadium had calamari. The county fair had calamari. Like everywhere I go, I'm like, is this just a California thing? Are we weird? Oh, the Ohio players got totally ruined by the IRS when they didn't pay. Oh, the IRS doesn't play. Like they don't care who you are. They took Martha Stewart, man. Like they don't play. Um,
Was that
didn't
the
know.
IRS or was that because she was doing insider trading? I think hers was a little bit different.
True. But like where I'm from, we call that a hookup. I'm stealing that from about 15 comedians, but it's true. I would
Yeah.
get in a sub unless it was a military one. I want one of those
Oh,
dolphins so bad.
thank you for
But they're
correcting me. Near the Straits of Gibraltar.
orcas are
I
evil.
wanted it to be closer and cooler, but it's
Orcas are evil.
postal inspect. What does the post office need? Pew pew, so they can go postal easier.
They would. I would get shot by them because they'd come up with their rifles. I'd be like, "That's not a real branch." I'd be like, "That's not a get out of my house." I'd be real rude to them if they came. I would not believe them if they were cops. Clean too with the portable food. You must have finally smoked too much.
What land do
I'm
you
a
speak
stan.
of?
I am a stan for the LA County Zoo. I am a stan. I go there every year since Isaiah was a little guy. It's a tradition. We have a picture of him in front of the otter cage every year. It's a tradition.
Tank. They don't have a cage. They have a tank.
County Fair calamari. That sounds like a hospital visit. Okay, I'm not kidding you, and I'm not trying to shame this place. But the first time I drove to Washington, I was somewhere in Southern Oregon and I ate gas station sushi and got food poisoning. I won't say what town it is, but it's my fault because I ate gas station sushi for real. I was a kid. I didn't know what I was doing. I was happy to be out in my car. I had an ounce with me. It was a great time. I got food poisoning. Calamari is so good. No calamari, squid, or octopus for me. I think it's because my parents were like obsessed with fish, so I didn't know any better. My whole life, I've grown up eating clams and fish. That stuff's so expensive now. Calamari is so good. You know, it just reminded me. I bought shrimp on skewers because they were on sale at the store. Isaiah was like, they're only $8. I was like, I grab it, and they had skewers on them. I'm like, I don't care. We'll figure it out.
Well, isn't it barbecue season already? You just
It's so weird though because the sun hasn't been out. It's throwing me off. It feels like winter. It's depressing.
maybe so. I don't. It's been a long time, but was Martha doing insider trading, or did she just hear something at a party? I kind of feel were looking for a reason to take her down. Maybe so, but it does make her friendship with Snoop Dogg even more ironic because she did more for the time than he did.
She did more prison time than all his gangster friends. There's only one that I can think of that's a real gangster that did real time. Everybody else, they're just really scary looking. But
I'm
Martha
sorry.
Stewart,
Oh, poor Butterfly has only had really crappy calamari. But yeah, you're not in the land of calamari.
I think that's another thing because like I've traveled all around, but I've only like lived on the West Coast near the ocean.
Yeah.
I've been to quite a few places, but I haven't lived there. You know, I love
Probably
calamari. Same, same.
tartar sauce.
You would love California, Mark. You would love California. I don't do seafood either. Only seafood I do is Catholic fish fry style fish.
Oh, cod and haddock. Oh, from
Um,
Lake Erie when it used to be like way local and now it's not. But oh, the end of the smoked fish market on Lake Erie where I used to go. That was sad.
I told you I bought a smoker, and I'm not a smoker. I smoked everything. It was just I think I did it just to be cool and show up, just to keep up with the Joneses. I
Yeah,
like
if you don't
most
like
other
lobster,
seafood.
don't do it. It's okay.
It was gross. I'm not as I smoked a duck though. I think that was the problem. Like we smoked a duck and I don't think we cooked it properly.
Well,
Basically, if you try to commit fraud, mail illegal stuff, launder money, threaten on-duty postal workers. Oh, the postal inspectors are with the people who mess up your life.
right, and they have access to everything because
Everything.
mail and the wire. Yeah, yeah. Don't mess with the postal service.
Will you get to Mark in Australia first, or will Mark get to California to you? I I'm planning a trip right now for my son because I don't like his Oculus habit. I'm gonna mysteriously. He could
Yeah.
take his computer, but he's got to leave his Oculus. We're gonna go on an extravagant trip. It's gonna be somewhere where there's lots of thrift stores, and I'm gonna live stream it.
With like shots of the back of it, the grumpy kid head, like this is the grumpy teen without his Oculus day one. You can just like family vlog style, like make it nasty and be like day one Oculus.
Let's talk about this though.
withdrawal.
Let's talk about this. Do you feel like parents cater to their kids too much? When I was a kid, my parents were like, "Get in the car. We're going to Mexico. Get in the car. We're going to the airport." Like
We're
they didn't
going
give.
up to the mountains to go skiing. Get in. You just shut up. I mean, my parents didn't do that because for a whole host of reasons. But yeah, you like parents. You just
Smoked ribs.
I know. Stop making me hungry. I'm full.
But do you think people never eat gas station sushi? I was a kid. I
Yes.
didn't know. Check out a channel called Chubby Emu. I love Australian channels. But
It's not. It's a plan where he's a physician. No, he's a toxicologist. Yes, which does make him a PhD. And he reviews medical cases, and he's done a couple of videos on sushi. Yeah, plus I've seen a couple of them.
So the Oculus, I hate the Oculus right now. He's decided. I've given him the choice the past couple weeks. I'm like, what do you want to do this summer? He's like, I just want to stay home. I said, all right, but if you stay home, you got to go to work with me, and like you can't just geek out on your Oculus all day. He said, okay. He wears that thing whenever he can. It's driving me mentally insane. I read one summer, I got a cold. In a week, I blazed through a couple Hobbit books. And by the time I felt better, like I was ready to go out and play with my friends, you know? Oh, I'm aging myself so much. We used to read, kids, like actual books and open them up.
Called like books where you had to turn pages and you couldn't read all night long unless you had a headlamp if you were cool enough, or a flashlight if you were rich enough. Hiding under the covers under your bed because bedtime was 8 o'clock, and you're like, "But I'm not finished with this chapter."
I miss those days. Life was so much simple back then. I'm breaking out the sun oven tomorrow. It's too dang hot to fire up the kitchen oven. It's so eerie to me that it's not like that here. It's so weird to me.
It's so green. It's so green. We're gonna have to mow the lawn again. It's supposed to rain the whole next week. I'm like, what is this thing called water coming from the sky?
Oh, cold smoking sounds like fun. I'm weirdly addicted to cheese. I've wanted to try a sun oven, but solar panels in London work better than than it would. Oh, over here, that's hilarious.
That is really funny.
Do the force him to smoke a carton thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, God, that didn't help. No, my human inherited a pack of Camel Straights, and it was the worst thing ever. Sometimes it backfires.
I was about to say, so let's talk really quickly. Because my dad did not care. He was like, good, someone will go to the store and buy cigarettes for me now. Like,
when you could,
I started buying cigarettes at 14. The guy still owns the same shop. When I go in to buy my papers, it's the same guy from when I was 14. But like, my dad sat me down with a carton of Camel Nons. He's like, look, I'm doing this because your mother is really mad at you. You're gonna sit here and smoke till you puke, and if you're still smoking tomorrow, I smell Captain Black. And I sat there, and the sad thing is, I was accepted after that. That was the problem, because my dad no longer.
A a deterrent and a friendly like rite of passage into this. Okay, I've got my air quotes going that you can see with my word mouth.
Cat out of the bag. It wasn't a good thing. So sitting your kid down and making it like my dad did that, and like it just was like, hey, you smoke now, good.
Saves me a trip to the store. I don't want to be my chair, kid.
Oh yeah, that scene. It's weird because neither one of us we've aged weirdly. So I look at him and I'm like, I don't want to ask him how old he is, but his children work there now and they're in their 20s.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel that many parents these days are micromanaging without getting kids to do things they have experienced, while at the same time they don't let kids experience life and play at home with a safety net. It's a tightrope. It's an effing tightrope, and I don't know
The
sometimes, like,
worst of all worlds. Like
because the world's scary.
it is, and everywhere. Oh, these new things that this
Good old
dystopian.
days.
You've offended your kid. Now your kid becomes a ward of the state, and you don't need your nuclear family because the state will take care of you. Is there's a
I
lot
wish
of that.
Isaiah will say something, and I have to tell him, I'm like, I'm so sorry, bro. Like in my day, people didn't honor children's feelings. Like it's like so no one cared when I was a kid. Like unless I broke something or did something that everybody else noticed, like no one cared. We were treated differently as children back in the day. I'm old school. I still read actual books because I haven't watched regular TV in 15 years, and the only mainstream social media I have is YouTube. YouTube, like I feel like that too. I still have cable though. I can't talk trash. That's right, Alibaba. I actually started using it last week. I love that thing. As long as there's clear skies, it works great. I actually got the idea from National Geographic, and they were like, "Oh, in Africa, solar ovens have changed the world." And I'm like, "I live somewhere where the sun shines. How come I can't have one?"
The sun's usually shining. Not
They're
today.
all for some reason I always wind up picking those huge 800. I do too. You know what? I'm so weird. I buy college textbooks. Right in front of me, I have chemistry, molecules, matters, and change. Great peoples of the Bible and how
Is
they
that thing
lived
with the white
101.
cover? Like,
Oh, Riverside Shakespeare. Okay, my only beef with Riverside Shakespeare is that Shakespeare takes 3 pages to cry over Pompey in the Julian Caesar epic. 3 pages. He's
well,
talking about, and because these people actually lived, you kind of feel it, you know.
right? So yeah, that's like your super loquacious friend who just can't shut up. You're like, come on, somebody else wants to talk.
When you were a kid, Godless, the guy probably looked a lot older than he was. That is true. Yes, honoring intelligence is a good thing that we have, at least. However, a kid's feeling a certain way about something does not mean they have their way about that thing. I agree. I teeter between that because like my parents were really harsh, so I'm a hippie in a lot of ways where I'm like, I don't care. But I'm also extremely weird about hygiene, about brushing your teeth and your hair. Like I I am all about wearing lotion.
You're about not getting trench foot.
Yeah, big. There's no trench foot in my house. No, I am weird about hygiene. So like I'm that parent who's like, "Do you brush your hair? Oh, I know you didn't brush your teeth. Brush your teeth." And I'm a 3 times a day kind of guy. Brush your teeth. We've said Riverside Shakespeare and I can't say it. Lonquistus in the same.
Loquacious.
Loquacious in the space of a
I'm
minute,
in the right place. Well, good.
and I still can't speak English.
No, I just know a few big words for a few weird things sometimes.
I love Riverside Shakespeare. It's one of those things where like if I'm too ADD and I can't sleep, I'll whip out a giant book like that and it calms me down because it takes me somewhere else. I get that feeling when I go through my complete works of Shakespeare, where you're trying to where are you trying to fill out a work word count? Word count.
Well,
I saw
it's
trench coat.
really that different because then there's like, oh, I'm gonna forget the author, but for the Deer Hunter, where he spends like 10, 15 pages about how he's stalking through the woods, getting ready to kill his deer. Like, tonight's stream is brought to you by the word lonquitus. It's like a long.
My next stream is going to be godless blowing cannot speak English. That's going to be my next stream. Oh, now I have Tribe Called Quest stuck in my head. You got the jazz, they got the jazz. I miss that whole era. I miss that whole era.
I don't miss the heroin chic look that my brain was told force fed or unfed.
Have you read Mark Twain's essay on the deer hunter? Hilarious. No, I haven't. I need to now. I need to. I wish I could find old college textbooks here. They're so expensive here that people tend to hang on to them after paying hundreds of dollars for them. Same.
Yeah, I know, but then you have these books that you hang on to for years on end and never look at. I mean, I'm looking at you, Phoenix.
When it's thrift stores are funny because the closer you get to certain colleges, you see more textbooks. And you know what? They're decent because they'll sell them for $2 or $3. So
Oh,
they're
that's
like, oh yeah.
poor return on investment for the person who had to spend like $100.
I have, like, I'm telling you, especially like, I have weird biology books, like, which was it? Microbiology. How the heck would I ever know anything about that? I dropped out of college first year. I bought the book at my local thrift store and went off.
No, but it's fun. I mean, the only thing about those books sometimes, not sometimes, at least the hard sciences, is the techniques and things change. Like the basic fundamentals stay the same, but there's other things that become out of date.
But
Yeah,
a lot of the drug science though is still up to date though. Like frontal cortex doing certain things, stimulating certain parts of your brain. I'm not going to show any sign that you're going to learn anything right now. I'm just saying
if you learn anything, it's on you. Sorry.
some things are still relevant to this day. Heroin chic. You know what's so funny? I got caught up in that, and I was naturally skinny, so I see certain pictures of myself, and I'm like, that's just gross and wrong. My rib cage is too big to do the heroin cheap thing.
Right.
Nope.
My hourglass frame with like bone structure. I'm like, I'm just shaped a certain way. If only I know textbooks are like, it's like 200. They were so expensive, and I keep them. Maybe I have to make art with them because they're mine and I spent the money.
This man has built an international sewing empire with only 1 year of college. What's your excuse? Please donate to the United Godless Sewing Fund. You have no idea, Killer. I say that to people in real life. I'm like, I got all this SHIT. I dropped out of college. What's your excuse? Oh, I did my parents a favor because they were paying for it, and I told them the truth. I was like, I didn't show up, so don't pay for it.
Well, that was very thoughtful and very that they offered because like I'm paying mine off forever. But Ian, good on you being honest of like, no, I don't this money is better spent in other ways than this right now.
Well, I saw the grief. My sister went to a private Catholic college.
Ugh,
So I saw the grief they put my parents through, and I was like, "Nah, man. Like, I partied. I got peyote shut up my nose, and I told the truth. I was like, I ain't never coming back." My dad thanked me in my 30s. He looked at me randomly one day, and he's like, "Hey, man, thanks for telling the truth."
yeah.
That's the perks of living in a city. There's no major colleges anywhere near here. We have the Cal State system, and so there's like weird colleges everywhere. There's a college in my hometown.
Oh, I live in a college. I no, I don't live in a college. Never mind.
And so because I've actually been to the state. You know what's so funny? I will never dox you, but I went to a Martin Luther King Day parade in a town that may or may not be near you. It
Yeah.
was so weird to me to see 5,000 white people marching for Martin Luther King.
Right. I know.
I stood there like this, like the whole time. I was like, everybody was so nice to me that day. It was so weird.
You were the embodiment. You were the token. You were the token.
And they marched to a certain stadium that I know where you know where it is.
Yeah. I do know where I do know. No.
I was there. It was the most awkward thing. It was
They still do it.
That was the same day though that I was like, oh, this is Oregon, because some guy was smoking a J and talking to a cop. And this was before all of it was legal.
Oh.
And I was like, oh, this is so Oregon, because in Cali, like, you couldn't do that before it was legal. Oh, different planet.
Yeah.
That's the parts of Oregon that I miss. Not the
know.
Proud Boys, like, weirdo stuff.
I don't know.
And it's not just that, it's the hippies have ruined it too.
They did, because at least in the county over, those are like the biggest drug dealing, expensive grifters, gun totaler. Like, they went full circle of like traveling around with the dead to like setting up these empires of illegal money, and we're like, and we love guns too, which is cool. I mean, you got him, you got to grease him, you got to shoot him, but I think those are the right steps.
You weirdly described San Francisco without the guns. Oh, speaking of which, so we recently had Pride Week here. Hold on, we have loads of colleges here in PA. Penn State has tons of campuses, and there's also all the random public colleges and private colleges. If I wanted to, though, if I lived there, could I just like take random classes at Penn State?
There's usually a residency requirement of you have to live there long enough, because Oregon did the same thing for at least the community college level. Oh, but Pennsylvania is funny. Where else is in any other state, is there a college city as like the name of your town? Because there's College City, Pennsylvania, and that's just odd.
College Park, Atlanta is lit. College Park, there's in the South. College Park is traditionally where the black colleges are. So if you say College Park, that's like where the party's at.
Okay.
They have them in Atlanta and North Carolina. There's a College Park in Texas, I think.
Great cards.
College Park. I went to the one in Atlanta, and that was oof. I learned lessons that day. I was taking notes.
Don't do this, don't do that. This might be interesting. Maybe later.
That will stick with you for life.
Next trip, but not this time.
The town I live in is so small, we don't even have a corner store or gas station. Isaiah and I, when we're bored, we just go to the 7-Eleven, and we consider that leaving the house for the day. Of course, I'm obsessed with 7-Eleven food.
It's season.
It's called State College, not College City. And yes, it's basically just the main Penn State campus and some houses around it.
I thank you for correcting me. I used to know these words, and they're getting jumbled in my brain. But Kilroy is here to rescue. Kilroy and Ellie are like here to my rescue. I'd never take offense. I just appreciate your candid corrections, because I'm wrong lots of times, and I
forgot what I was going to go off about. I was about to go off about something, but today's Juneteenth.
It is. You could go off on June.
And I know people, because I have direct African ancestry, and my like great grandmother, because my dad was born in 1939, his grandmother was a born slave. So I would just like to say that when the state of California gives reparations, I'm gonna go. You know what? No, I'm not gonna go crazy, because I already have everything I already want in life. I'll tell you the honest truth.
You do not need a dolphin submarine. I do not need a dolphin submarine.
But okay. If I get $5 million, I'm buying a dolphin submarine. I'm saying it right now. If I get $5 million, that'll be my one crazy expense. But then I have to buy a new truck to haul it. And I'm gonna need a trailer,
A bigger insurance policy.
tags every year because they don't play where I live. You need tags to put anything in any body of water. Juneteenth is the celebration of the liberation of slavery in America. But the British did it 100 years before America did. Literally 100 years. So when our country was forming, the British was outlawing slavery. I don't think it's fully left on one side or the other. You get so far on each end, and you seem to work your way to the other side. At some point, you just want to be left alone in the
Right. They just like come full circle. They just like meet around at like 180 degrees where like everything's purple and not dichotomous. Oh, that's right. You're from the great land of Canada. Juneteenth. We just heard the explanation, I believe.
I'm not sure if it's free. Penn State does let you just take classes, not getting a degree. That I would want to get a degree though. You can only go for so long there before they start working towards a degree. My cousin is. I'm going to shame him because I don't like him. My cousin is 43 years old and he's still in college. He's a perpetual student.
The college life is nice. I did for a hot minute in like a weird moment of angst look up. No, it because of YouTube. They showed me a video about scientific glass blowers and how there's a lack of skilled artisans in the trade of scientific glass blowing, and I was like, that could be a fun thing to do.
I knew if I said it wrong, Waternay would correct me. Juneteenth is when the enslaved in Texas found they were free. The frustrating thing is, it was 2 years after they were freed before they were told. I saw something on that today. No, duh, that's why it was on TV. Thank you, Waternay, for educating everybody, myself included. I bet you Texas will apologize way before the British government ever will. Waternay, Texas was wrong for that. I wasn't trying to correct you. Just no. Well, I need that. No. God, no. Here at the Godless Sewing Channel, I am often wrong.
And it takes a lot to be offended. Like you have to be like a literal like weird meanie to, I think, for folks to feel offended.
Yeah.
We accept considerate criticism and gentle correction.
Absolutely. I am of a teachable generation. Like if I say something wrong, I want to know. Yeah, I want to know if I'm saying some hoo-ha, I want to know I'm blowing smoke like a choo-choo train.
Right? Because State College, College City, Kilroy still know what I was talking about and could still correct me because I know just enough to be dangerous of just enough things.
Wow. And for 64 or above, they'll let you sit on any class you want for free as long as you don't interrupt. It's got a photo form.
I didn't have a heart attack in class, kids. Actually, they do that here too.
It shows we are into what is being talked about. Absolutely. No, but I think it's important because I grew up I privileged from people who I grew up having a very privileged life, and I came from people who were literal slaves. And I think that needs to be pointed out every once in a while. That I benefited, I am living a better life. And I feel like people, they like to trash. It's a whole argument that people get into, and they all say about things today and this or that. But like, those people literally died so that I could be here.
Yeah.
And like walk down the street. I literally live in the suburbs, walk down the street smoking a J, wearing a cowboy hat with my boots clacking, like with my son on our mile walks, which I quit smoking and walking because it's unhealthy. I did. Okay, I was just saying that for an example, but I really did because my body couldn't take it. My body was like, pick one.
But yeah, I'm glad you made the right choice.
No. We walk a mile every day.
Yeah.
I think if you're offended, you'd click off this broadcast and 8 seconds.
Right. I don't want to be everybody's cup of tea, but if you like this flavored beverage, then we're here for you.
How do people in Texas feel about this butterfly? What's the vibe? Oh gosh, at least they're not like the British. Richie Sunak, literally son of Indian immigrants, was like, "We're never going to apologize for slavery or the colonialism in India." And people were like, "Bro, do you have a mirror at 10 Downing Street? Do you have a mirror?" Literally, their first brown prime minister was like, "Oh, we're not going to apologize for slavery. Move on. Nothing to see here."
Well, I know, but oh gosh, was their family involved? Like, oh, it's everything. Nothing is no chatter,
I
right?
haven't
Because
been
the
chatting
people,
lately.
how many people in Texas realize that like privileged, middle-aged white middle-class women are like, we need to save, honor everybody, and remember all these things, and then it's like, but does every I don't get
Waterne, this right here, what you're saying right here is the reason why there are a few African American YouTubers who are female who hate me because they would say certain things and I would show up and be like, "Hi, I'm the embodiment of everything that I'm the complete opposite of everything you're talking about." It my existence ticks people off sometimes. Like the thing is, there's an exception such as yourself, Godless, but so many have been repeatedly set back by. I agree. I have family members that live in Savannah, Georgia, on the same 40 acres and a mule property from the Civil War. Same bloodline, same family. Like they still live there, and it was really weird because there was a lightning storm recently, and one of my cousins went live in Savannah, Georgia. It was like it's like 5 in the morning their time, so it's 2 in the morning and he goes to the front of his property. I have pictures of that property from the 1800s.
awesome.
So I don't know. Oh my God, looking through the Penn State website and they have a page telling international students that yes, they have to pay taxes here too.
Welcome to America, kids.
I can see that. I can see that. Oh man, the Juneteenth talk always kills the chat.
Oh, it happened. Everything. Oh, yeah.
It's also International Box Day. Oh, it's also today is National Garfield Cat Day.
Ooh,
Eh,
I've never had
uh,
a ginger cat. They're the devil.
I have weird moments where I freeze. My internet is so wonky.
My internet's not wonky. It's just my camera hated me, and
Oh, Waternay, long story short, I have a family member who still lives on the property from that literally was 40 acres and a mule. And I have pictures from the 1800s of a certain hill, and there was a lightning storm, and he still lives on the property that was given to my family by Grant in the Union Army. Like
oh,
I'm
you
not
live
kidding
with
you.
us, Grant.
And he literally he walked out and took a picture, and it was the same hill. And I was like, "Holy cow, he still lives there!" Like it tripped me out.
It's nice that somebody does. Like I think that's I don't know. That feels sweet on some level. That like at least somebody's still contiguously enjoying it.
Oh yeah, they like massive amounts of people. It's a giant property, and they live there too. I don't want to. I'm not gonna dox him, but
Yeah, don't do that.
there's a famous rapper that constantly says that where he's from, and I'm like, I know exactly where you're from, and that's not the friendliest place on earth. So my internet cut out, huh? I'm
Oh,
gonna
you're
have to
back
go.
now. I didn't miss anything, but maybe I'm sewing.
StreamYards will continue. Did it cut out again? Absolutely. And that was the thing. And that was the thing. Like it was unreal to me because they still live there to this very day.
Oh, frozen during this story.
Today is World Refugee Day, and today in 1972, Jaws was released.
And we already had a Jaws reference today and didn't even realize that. Thank you, Kilroy.
Do you know? There's a famous comedian that he talked about when he went and saw. Was it Poltergeist? Was that the name of the movie, Poltergeist?
With the little girl.
Yes.
Carrie, don't go into the light.
He said that
Carrie,
when Jaws came out, people stopped going to the beach. When Poltergeist came out, he said, "Man, you had to get a ticket to go to church because people were so scared."
These silly Christians. For the high holy days at the shul, sometimes you still had to pay for a seat to go to service.
Do you know? I don't know what it is. I still sit down to watch these movies. Like, I'm a yuppie. I have cable channels. I'll admit it, and they are still on TV. They're on AMC.
Why don't just commercials blow?
Well, certain channels don't have commercials. Like, I may or may not have Showtime and HBO. It's a package. It's not the 80s where you're rich and you have HBO. Like, they give you mega packages because no one buys it. So because I bought the sports package, they gave me 4 premium channels. So I didn't go looking for it. It just kind of fell in my lap.
Fair.
But I obsessively watch the AMC channel.
There's worse channels to binge.
Oh, what else is today's Juneteenth? Okay. I don't know if you live this one, Phoenix, but today is also National Take Your Cat to Work Day.
I did have cats sitting with me while I was doing office work. Well, actually, while I was working today. So, yep, check. Did it. I had to yell at Freya Frufers as she was like, "Come sit on the couch with me," and I'm like, "I need to do this thing. Do you want money for? You want me to have money for cat food? You need to let me do this thing."
I was addicted to PBS as a child, and honestly, I attribute it to any sense of intelligence I have because I watched Doctor Who and the
'80s PBS was so good. Like, is it still good now? Because I don't know.
PBS is awesome, but they also have NPR on PBS too, so it's it's like, it's on a certain side.
Yeah.
I haven't been to a theater since 2008. Tickets are still cheap, but the movies nowadays suck. Yeah. I'm glad to see superhero movies finally starting to die off, though. I am so done with superhero movies. I am so done with them. But it was never my thing. Like, what the funny thing is? I've read Marvel, all that stuff as a kid, but I don't know. I just really didn't get into a lot of the movies. My parents obsessively watched those movies. On the TV, you had to change with the clunk clunk twist knob.
Yes, please. You have to get off your fanny and actually touch the TV.
I'm actually looking for one of those because I'm trying to I'm trying to teach my son responsibility, but I'm like, having Odin is different because Odin is an outside cat. Yeah. She lives her own life. I still think she's an alien that goes on adventures. She has one eye. I still swear one day she's going to ask me to go on a quest. But I had a pet. My parents got me a dog to teach me responsibility. I get too attached. So I'm thinking about getting my son a fish.
Start slow, or a succulent, maybe, something really hanging.
But I'm looking for an old TV so I can make a fish tank.
Fish tank. Yeah. Oh.
PBS is very station dependent. Some of them are so awesome. Okay, this is so true. And I'm not trying to out a certain state, but when I lived in Oregon, their PBS blows California's out of the water. And I was watching PBS during the rabbit ear days for kids. People who don't know that, rabbit ears were antennas that you would put on televisions to actually catch the signal. And if you didn't know about scatter propagation, you weren't going to get many channels. But we're not here to learn things.
We're not learning things. I don't know nothing around here. Other than this petticoat is turning out super cute, and I'm kind of sad that I don't have any video. Get the sounds of a very old sewing machine sewing.
And I would just like to say, chat, I can't believe you shamed me for my brother LX 3014. It's vintage, okay? And it's got stickers. I got kicked out of a group because I put one of those pictures on it. The machine stays. It is a throwaway cheapie. I love those machines because I could sew on them and I don't feel bad when they explode. You don't have a lot of BBC stuff on PBS now that the BBC started their own TV channel.
Such busy bastards. But why, in a couple weeks, is Glow Up Season 4 from the BBC going to be on Netflix? And why do they hold the Great British Sewing Bee frickin' hostage? We can get the baking, we can get all these other things that BBC does. Why is the sewing competition held hostage for me? I'm bitter. Sorry for ranting.
I'm cut out of all my Canadian shows. My VPN doesn't work anymore. I am now stuck with watching Drag Race España because I speak Spanish. So, like, I'm feeling it too. The thing with a fish or succulent, I don't think there's enough attachments to really teach responsibility and connection. I know it's just my parents bought me a dog that they bought me the dog in 1995. The dog lived until 2008.
Wow, a good little boy.
Cleophas was my little brother. I was crushed when the dog passed. I get when I just think about it sometimes. I literally called that dog my little brother. Cleophas was my little brother.
You were the littlest brother, so we were giving you a pet responsibility and a sibling all in one fell swoop.
Well, I was the last one in the house because everyone was so much older than me. They all moved out, and I was still in school, you know? It's okay. The brother will die off soon enough, and you promise me. So true. So true. What an A. If you're a 12-year-old who doesn't feed the dog walks away. If you're a 12-year-old who doesn't feed the fish, they're going to look at the thing floating in the bowl. True. And I'm not going to replace it, too. I'm going to let him say a prayer over it in front of the toilet like we all did.
I'll write his new prayers from the Church of Mormonism. How's his proselytizing going?
He's switched to being a lawyer.
Oh, okay. So it's basically the same thing.
He has a law practice. He has his own room and everything. Again, people have signed up to it. People are weird. He has I think he just has a bunch of friends that are 13 or 14-year-olds, and they just I think they're all on the same level.
Okay.
I obsessively go through his profile and I check everybody. I kicked out that adult.
Creepo.
Oh yeah. I told you the story. I blocked him so fast and he never said a word. I still feel about my right now in my mother's backyard, there's 4 goldfish and 2 hamsters buried in there. And because I'm son of an engineer, we'd put them in concrete.
Oh, God.
Oh yeah.
Immortalized.
My dad would put them in a shoebox and put it in concrete. Oh yeah. They're there forever.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere anytime soon.
You want to age me? I'm so cliche. My hamster was named MC Hamster. There's an effing headstone on the side of my mom's thing. I was emo before emo was emo. I cried for MC Hamster. I miss that little guy. He was a bitey though. He'd escape, and I always had he was a biter. The old publishing rights.
I just can't get over that name, MC Hamster.
It shows my age. I was obsessed with MC Hammer. I was obsessed as a child. I'm contemplating making my 5th video about hammer pants. I've made 4 videos. I need professional help.
Transform them because we're making Pluderhosen for whoever wants to make Pluderhosen for.
That's true.
Fludentober.
Fludentober. I'm doing push-ups. I'm gonna be Power Ranger ready too. So now he's Saul Goodman Jr. Yes, he is. It's so strange because they're like, and they're on Oculus, and they'll be like, "This guy did this and this," and my son's like, "Well, let's go mass report him," and I'm like, "Oh gosh, you are a lawyer. Get out of here." Oh, why? What did I do? I did something. What did I do?
Oh no, I don't know, but I'm gonna say kids mass reporting. That's not like you. If they're doing that, might need to teach them internet etiquette and why that's like not okay unless actually appropriate.
But nowadays, people live by mob rule. We no longer live under the rule of law. We live under the rule of opinion, and you hurt my feelings.
I know,
And
but
so, like, and that's why
it's
lawyers.
not a reason to
I
harm
agree.
someone's financial gains.
The anthropologists are gonna have a field day with my backyard. They are. Everybody was obsessed with MC Hammer. They just need to admit it. That was my guy. I was in that perfect age group. I I had the hair, the pants, everything. I was there. I want to make a pair of lederhosen. I used to live on the edge of the Black Forest and always wanted a pair of them. I
I do have a pair of leather shorts, but I'm not making tape to fit into them. But hmm. Oh no, he's not a lawyer. He's a troll piece of crap. Oh man, we can't fault the small human for interesting choices because they're still small human.
these kids though, I'm not authority driven. I'm not looking to a higher power to tell on people. I would I think it's weird when people instinctually are constantly looking for an authority to trounce on other people. So in any way, when someone tells, I think it's weird, and it depends on what it is. But when it's for a non-infraction, that stuff we used to teach kids. So nowadays, people like canceling. Canceling is not real, but people literally excommunicate people. They literally like, oh, you're canceled. I can't talk to you. There are people in the atheist community who don't talk to me because other people won't talk to me.
That's just lame. But then the real canceling of like folks getting debanked, deplatformed, not having access to their revenue streams, that's creepy and not okay.
I think there's this really weird parasitic relationship that people have, like with certain, like I've learned to not become so attached with live streams and people and things that it affects my emotions to the point where I'm like losing it in a room by myself. Because regardless, I'm sitting here by myself.
Right, yeah, it's like I have if this was no longer fun, I would just probably abruptly stop and
Same. And then I had to learn that lesson the hard way, you know? So I have a harsh view. I don't even know what to think anymore because I feel like when I get my feelings hurt, I move on. But people want to cancel people. They want to like. There are people who told so many lies about me. I'm like, I don't even know who that guy is. Who's that guy they're talking about? Like, who is that guy?
Atlas never met him.
Who's it with these cold climate people wearing shorts, later hosen, kilts, British school?
Just schoolboy, that's cute. Oh, that's the other costumes. There's a I'm gonna forget which book it is but there's a little small human in these like play garments with a hula hoop, and I was like, that would be a super fun garment to recreate. It's like kids' clothes and irreverent, but the hula hoop, and I'm like, can I actually hula hoop in this garment that they advertise you should be able to hula hoop in? And am I making Pluderhosen or am I making that costume? Too many ideas, not enough time.
If you think you tried to get moderators or admins involved without trying to talk about it, a person first, you're just proving you're a coward. That drives me crazy. But that's the thing. Because I come from real people and I believe that like the whole internet etiquette thing is real to me and is weird to me in general because people are over exaggerated versions of themselves. And then when they get confronted with a certain impasse, they either fold or they start lying or they start telling stories. Or the fact that we have no consequences here really brings out just the weirdest things about people. I'm trying to be nice and not say how I truly feel, but it's easy to hide on the
Right, just
internet.
behind a veneer. I'm like, I mean, I don't usually stream like this. Usually, I've got my ugly mug on and a sewing machine. But tonight was not
No,
that.
but like we're real people. Like we make stuff, we wear it.
Else. That's too much energy. I'm like, this is what I got. In my head, I'm like, my outfit's all handmade. My makeup's always done perfect. Everything's beautiful. The floor's been vacuumed. And most of the time, I'm like, not that's. I show up. That's my ideal and what I present, or a far cry from reality. And I apologize for not living up to my own available expectations of myself.
It is a bit breezy. That's why in my blooper video I was laughing so hard about wearing the kilt because I tried to ride around in a few vehicles and it was hilarious in each one.
You were having Marilyn Monroe moments.
I went full kilt. I went full Monty.
We did the full Scotsman today. That was, oh wow, that was the worst amalgamation of.
And people were asking me the Seinfeld question. They're like, is there one layer between you and me? And I'm like, no, as there was, because I was wearing a kilt.
Well, but I think technically, if you wore the appropriate shirt, which is like down to your knees almost, there would have been two.
I have hockey socks, so they go up to my thighs.
Right, I know, but you need a longer shirt, and then you can say there's more than one layer and not be lying.
Real warriors are real, and people will hold on to tiny pieces of power like they're holy relics. I agree. I left groups online because of the way they turned on people in the groups over the tiniest things. Happened to me. Have a great night, Butterfly. Thank you so much for coming through. Thank you. You're awesome as always. I'll try not to send too many Californians your way.
Texas don't want you.
I feel bad because like all my yuppie friends are like, I'm moving to Texas. And the first person I think of is like, we are literally invading Butterfly.
It is right. And it's not like Texas wouldn't be welcome. It's you're leaving California for a reason. Don't bring your California to Texas. Like, appreciate Texas. Like,
great t-shirt. I've seen that t-shirt.
Leave your California in California.
I should have bought that. I saw that in a thrift store, and I'm like, someone must have moved here from Texas because they had a keep your Texas out of keep your California out of Texas shirt, but it was at the Goodwill. So that moved.
You know that was even a real thing.
I took a picture.
Creative.
It's in my phone. Like I always take pictures of shirts where I'm like, oh, I want to preserve this. Oh. But I think that's one of the biggest things that I've clashed with online is people like because I'm not a stereotype, so it clashes with people. And like human beings are very tribal and angry. And like I'm here to talk about it.
That part, like, can we just be here for the sewing and occasionally learning something?
But that's why I think stitching and bitching is so appropriate of a title. That's literally what we do.
It is.
literally, it's stitching and bitching.
For anything besides that, you're here for a reason. But I try to be very literal. I can't help I don't know. It's the way my brain works. If I say something that seems odd and inappropriate, just break the words down to their most literal meanings, and that's probably what I mean, and just put it together.
Kilroy, I am weirdly being stalked by somebody who is being protected by the atheist community, and I think it's weird that they will protect an abusive, lying. This person has said racist things about me, and they stream with someone who's African American. They're crazy. They're the enemy of my enemy is my friend, I guess. I don't know. Like you're right. You are so right. People protect abusive people.
I know Amber Heard is what's she? Oh my god, the timing of all her shenanigans right now. That he. Oh, okay.
What's
Sorry.
she doing? I need some Amber Heard in my life. What is she doing?
Okay, what's new on the Amber Heard front? So, well, she recent final who somebody Johnny Depp had $1 million from the settlement actually land in his bank account, which he promptly donated to a number of charities.
I saw
And
that.
of course, there were some folks who were butthurt that he didn't donate to a men's shelter for abused men or abused men's charity, which I, you know, fair, but not my money. So
Yeah.
each their own. And what Aquaman 2 is gonna tank. She's like she's like he's doing really well, and she's like, look at me, like this same weird stuff. She's got something coming out at a film festival that he's supposed to be at. So it's
I recently saw something about that. Oh, I'll keep abs for a second. I was gonna switch it back to my Godzilla Jesus.
chew gum and him a lot of. I'm here to sew a chew gum and him a lot of gum. Yes.
So the reason I'm leaving this up is because I had when I was a kid, I had a bunch of T-shirts I couldn't wear to school because my parents were kind of cool, and I had this T-shirt that said "I'm here to kick ass and chew gum and I'm all out of bubble gum." What's the name of the movie? The Roddy Piper movie?
That I don't know, but I've heard another version of this, and this is the we have the protected. Thank you for thinking of the future monetization of channels of the. This is the YouTube appropriate version. That's not how I heard this usually, but
They live. Oh man, see now I'm gonna have to find that tonight and watch it. They just don't make movies like that anymore. I I always reference like I live in Shaun of the Dead, but I feel like that sometimes. Like people are so zombified, and I'm like, can't you see America's broken? We're just all fighting each other because they know America's broke. Like, oh, I feel like I live in a world of zombies sometimes. You could have donated that money to the most perfect organization on earth, and they still now.
that is true. It he in her Stan's eyes, they could do nothing better. And I guess for whatever reason, they're like attacking Emily D. Baker now. All of a sudden, I saw Tug talking about. I don't know. It was on the Tug and the Twats and EDB and her Stan's. I'm like, oh, these people. How can you?
I'm not a psychologist.
I don't understand how somebody's trauma can blind them so much to narrative facts, like that you can be that. I don't get it. You got to move on.
It really depends on the trauma and the person. It really depends on the person because there's some people who will take the Buddhist, like, there's some people that will take the Buddhist standpoint of like, there's nothing I can do. I'm going to move on with my life. And then there's other people who carry that pain all throughout their life, you know?
Like, there's.
Amber, I agree with you, Waternay. Amber Heard scares me.
Yeah.
I know it from Duke Nukem. Amber Heard, she has that look in her eye. I always jokingly say it makes my mom laugh whenever I say it, but Amber Heard looks like every ex-girlfriend I've ever had wrapped into one.
Oh, no,
It's the look in her eye. You know she's about to tell you something just so to tell you what you want to hear, you know?
And something super odd about the staging of like the filming of things without like the odd picture, like they that was there was so much stuff that just felt odd and weird. Like I don't know when our friends were passed out or like did stuff that made them sleepy. You didn't take pictures of them in their vulnerable state. You like made sure they were okay and went to bed.
I know this isn't related, but I just looked at a video today. I recorded a woman using it in an industrial mixer making beans when I got my food today at Vallarta.
Okay.
Um, I asked her, "Can I please record you?" And she said, "Of course you can." But I think it's rude just to record people.
Yes. Well, you live in a two-party consent state, so technically you need to ask them permission or to have a written form of like likeness usage and permissions.
Hold on, let me take my stop cam. I'm not dating anybody. I'm da- I'm dating Pamela Henderson. Her and I have been together for a very long time, and we're happy. Like honestly, I've had. Let's talk. Let's talk the truth. Let's tell the truth. I was in serious relationships since I was 12 years old. After my divorce, I was burnt out. I was burnt out. So I don't take dating seriously at all. And I've been divorced for a while now. I'm one of those weird people who I like. I don't know. I don't know. I kind of like my life right now. I like my life. It's not complicated.
Oh
Oh,
my
did Pamela Henderson kill you or what?
goodness. That did too, but then followed up with Mark's comment here. I thought Amber Heard would have been making millions in her new career as a fertilizer.
Oh, she so far. Where has she moved? She
Still in the
moved.
bullshit. Oh my god, if bullshit were
Oh, she's
shit.
moved in the desert, like out. Like you have to have money to
No,
move out
she's
into San Bernardino.
in Spain. Or are people really seeing her where you are currently?
No,
Because
they haven't been. There hasn't been any Vaughn's pictures of her within the past couple of months. So I think she really did go to Spain. Because
yeah,
like in America, and especially like I'm not trying to say like okay, so if you live in certain areas, it's not strange to go to Ralph's and see Gwen Stefani. It's not strange to go to a store like Kim Kardashian goes to a grocery store like everybody else.
you got to shit, but you
Yeah, they're
can't
huge.
stop and get some groceries.
Yeah. So it's not, but people take pictures of them, is what I'm saying. So, like, whenever Amber Heard is anywhere in the state of California, people are like, why is this extremely good looking person? What is she doing in the middle of Hesperia, California, out in the middle of the desert? Like you get spotted real quick. Real quick.
Please.
I'm not talking dating seriously doesn't mean you haven't have a date ever. Oh, I've dated quite a few. I live in the land of Amber Heard clones. And I think that's what's ruined my life. And I refuse. That's like my rule. My number one rule for dating is please don't ruin my life. And I have yet to meet someone who hasn't stepped over that boundary. Where's your sense of self-preservation and desire for a peaceful life? and I just need someone who's on my speed. I've always thought I could date anyone. And I proved myself wrong. You need someone who's kind of like you in a way. And I'm an eccentric human being. I want to go to Ralph's and see a guy buying a can of Folgers to put his body inside. Greatest movie of all time.
But okay, dating and relationships aren't all bad. Like
Oh,
sometimes you fall in with a human who you spend like 20 years with, and there's just stuff that is stuff.
I'm cynical. I peaked early as far as dating. So by the time I was in my late 30s, I was like, I hate humans. I'm cynical. And I
No,
was
and
like,
that experience would lend one to having that feeling. I'm just saying that sometimes that's not what happens.
At the Godless Sewing Channel, please do not take dating advice, medical advice, life advice. If you happen to learn something, that's on you. We have a working disclaimer.
It is a work in progress disclaimer.
You know what? Ralphs are kind of fallen under. Like, I'm gonna cry when Ralphs aren't around anymore. And they're like, we have what's called a Vaughn's. There's an Armenian market called John's. I will cry when John's aren't around anymore.
It just sounds. Oh god.
They buy old Vons. They buy old Vons, and they literally just replace the V with a J.
Oh god.
Johns are awesome. I love Armenian markets. Oh,
I know, but if the play on words of John's, if they were all good, that. Okay, never mind.
since you can date anyone, I have an assignment for you. Date Ozzy Osbourne. You have to be able to hear. Um, I couldn't. I actually have been around because I was raised around senior citizens. I have issues about speaking to a human that can't hear me. I have hardcore issues about that. So I have to be around someone that can hear me.
Well,
And
why
if you're
don't you just do they know sign to do the folks in general know how to sign and you're not speaking their language, or do they not know how to sign and they're just hard of hearing?
hard of hearing. I was raised
Okay.
around senior citizens who refused to get hearing aids.
Well, they're cheap. You can order them online maybe these days. Like it's a different world.
They're so expensive. My dad's were worth $3,000 each. I gave him you know it's so funny because of my live stream and talking about it. I gave them to the audiological department. I can't say the word, and they thanked me.
Audiology.
They thanked me because they're $3,000 each, and I was like, take them. Like it's not like, no one.
I don't have a use for them right now.
That's a lot of money, And what they do is they clean them and give them to someone who can't afford them. Do you know what's really funny? This brings me to something that, like, okay, so since we're all here, I have to have a serious talk, and I'm so glad that I brought this up because this was actually on my list. Should I unfollow Britney Spears on Instagram?
I haven't seen what she.
She is, to anyone who's ever, I know she's not, okay, I'm going to use certain words just because they're the only ones that I know. I do not promote any groups of anything in any way, shape, or form. She looks like she's an active addiction. What's happened is that she's free, but she has that 5150,000-yard stare in her eye, and
I don't. The way she talks, in from what I've gleaned from following the Britney saga, in my opinion, not based in any ground of belief, actual knowledge.
I want to cry. I want to cry. Britney Spears makes me want to cry. Sorry.
Well, I don't think it's drugs unless it's stuff, at least in the past during her conservatorship, where she was likely overly medically managed. But as far as like, I don't think like that. She doesn't look me as a street drug user unless she's being handed stuff that she doesn't know that she's taking. And what is it, year 14? Like, they have not finished the accounting from the 12th and last years of her conservatorship. So there's still legal stuff going on.
You know why? Because Britney Spears and I may or may not have came out the same year of our mother's womb. So when I look at her, I'm like, oh my gosh, the 40s are doomed. Like our generation is doomed. We are so doomed. I want to cry when I see Britney Spears. Like,
no, and I think she has had a manager. She's I suspect that she might have been like emotionally stunted since she was like 12 and handled so closely by
I think that's part of the problem.
worse. So it's so multi-layered. Like, yeah, and what her kids are moving to Florida with their or no Hawaii. Wow,
Do you know what's funny? Kevin Federline is doing better than Britney.
No, oh no, but Rodney's asking not Brit. No, Sam Asghari, her new husband.
Oh,
yeah, I don't know because he came into her world apparently when her
absolutely.
father was still the conservator. So, I don't know if
You know what, Alibaba? I agree with you, and that's why I think it's scary. Sorry, that's why it's scary. I come from a certain generation where we were like taking tabs like hippie and eating mushrooms.
Yeah, you can't do that these days because it might be laced with fentanyl or train.
Oh, I wouldn't touch that. Yeah, I agree with you. I wouldn't go near that stuff.
Don't do drugs, kids. Drugs were scary. Like we used to say, drugs are scary, but like when the people experience, I'm gonna do air quotes again, scary drugs are saying drugs nowadays are scary. You might want to pay some heed.
There's this really, I think it's a training video of a California Highway Patrol or a sheriff. He literally just brushed a bag of fentanyl with his bare hand and he passed out.
I know, and I see those things, and the funny thing is, like, that's not how that drug is absorbed. Like you, unless that's not how that works.
My whole thing is every time I'm subscribed to Brittany on Instagram, I do not follow that many people on Instagram. So because she posts all the time, every time I click on it, and like she's dancing, she's half naked, she looks great. People work out their whole life to look like Brittany in her 40s. Brittany is what you're supposed to like. I don't know. I know it's LA.
Like you,
but I know I'm going super LA on this one. But like, she's a mess. I want to cry. I look in her eyes.
I don't. Well, we don't. We're not in her life.
Yes.
We've never had that much money, been subject to such interesting interactions with humans. Right, exactly. You would need 3 shifts of psychiatrists working around the clock to figure her out. And just, it's good to be empathetical, but just leave me alone.
No, I agree. If she wants to be crazy on Instagram, it's none of my business.
But that's why I could dance around in pasties and a thong and whatever. Like,
that is true, and so could I. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but they would know that we're doing it from like, hey, we want it. She looks like she's on Xanax. She looks like someone gave her a fistful of Xanax and she popped it, and she's like, "Let's go."
Well, maybe who knows?
I'm not a physician, nor am I.
Records to know and.
The one video that Alibaba and I are talking about, the man passes. You could see on the other cop's cam because the cop's like, "What's going on?" And he's like, "Because in the cop world, the rookies always do the dirty work. So the rookie's going through all the stuff, and he got stiff and he passed out. And he's lucky the other cop knew what he was doing.
Well, everybody's got Narcan these days. They just give it away like candy.
But I agree with Gilroy too, because where I live, the cops are the biggest babies on planet Earth. And they'll shoot you for sneezing.
Right? But do you think do they feel fit? Do they appear fit enough? Like are people supposed to protect us? Could they? What's the baseline physical fitness assessment test that they're failing? I mean, maybe not. Don't have so that they don't know that they should be passing. And should we have? Do they still do the presidential fitness test? Like, what's the baseline fitness?
No. In California, they have a company that's been hired. That's been called. It's called Apex, and they have got rid of. At least in Southern California, they have completely abandoned recess, and they have outsourced it. Not, I'm sorry, not recess, gym class. As far as elementary school kids go, and so they no longer have the presidential requirement. It's a company called Apex that gets paid to teach our kids physical fitness.
What the what?
They're called Apex. And they have a monopoly on Southern California, and they're not school teachers. They're not
So they're not certified. They're like whatever weirdo who passed some like low level background check to be interacting with small humans, and
yeah.
maybe they might not. Okay, never mind.
And then the funny thing is, like, it's different because I have an ASD child, so I'm all up in my kids' business. But they let they're on campus, but they let the kids alone with these people because I work in a world of certifications. I asked the question, "What's their qualification?"
What level how many levels of background check are they in an offender registry?
Yes, that's my thing because like at my job, you get ran through so much stuff. We know your business. Like I know people's business. By the time if you apply for a job at my job, especially my department, if anything's ever happened to you, I'm gonna know your business, especially in the digital era. I'm gonna know all your business.
I need a new camera for dancing Britney impressions. I'm not flashing a six pack these at the moment. I look like if I can lift a keg, I look like a keg.
And Brittany looks good. I don't want to leave a disclaimer. Like Brittany, like I could hang out with Brittany. Brittany is
good. She was always the aspiration of what someone could look like, and she's a shorty like me and just emotionally stunted. I just wish her the best and happiness.
I agree. And she just doesn't. But you know what? People could look at me and say that I don't look healthy, or like they can make judgment. You can always make judgment on other people,
Right. And to some extent, I think there's certain examples like Eugenia Cooney and Cass Holiday that
I gotta go to the bathroom, and I'm gonna be right back. No, because I've been holding it for a while, but you brought up something that I want to go off about, and I want you to remind me that today at Vallarta, the security guard was about 400, 500 pounds.
That was so okay. I shouldn't be laughing, but where was I gonna rant off? Like, yes, that's true. Like, we can't assess, and there's pain conditions, certain things like you can have a disability and like look normal. So like it all comes in lots of flavors and styles, but there's certain things where like I don't know how that's gonna work for you. Okay. I saw a video that the presidential fitness thing was so we could have soldier ready kids. Yeah, I think unless you can fly a drone, which I guess kids with all the VR tech, with all their okay, just gonna press on with this sewing. Yeah, I don't think kids can pass as many kids can pass a physical fitness test. Let's see here. That presidential fitness thing was such a scam. It was 100% voluntary for us, and everybody I went to school with was like, this shit is so dumb, I'm not gonna do it. It was just part of our gym class, if I remember, and not everyone can fly. No, I can't fly, but I always did exceptionally well in the sit and reach. My mile run, terrible. I think we're all caught up to the newest one.
Oh, okay. Oh, so my whole thing is I really don't care what size the security guard is, but the town I live in a really yuppie town, and kids do beer runs. If anyone who doesn't know what a beer run is, a bunch of teenagers run in and they grab a bunch of beer and run out of the store, jump in the back of a truck, and take off.
So like theft.
It's huge here. It's huge. Football teams have gotten whole football teams have lost eligibility because the whole team goes in and steals.
Oh. Why do dumb kids want to ruin like businesses who worked so hard and like that's their like that's their family generational wealth that stupid people are stealing?
It's crazy here. I live the yuppie kids. I also live in the same place where a young man, I've said this a million times, filmed himself going to every 7-Eleven and knocking over all the racks.
Yeah, what stupid.
He went to jail. He went to jail.
Stupid.
It's weird when you see the local news talking, you're like, that's down the street from my house.
Not again.
It's the weirdest thing. No, because where I live, like, it's still pretty Mayberry-ish around here. It's still pretty quiet around here. Like, and I like it that way.
Or you just don't see it because everything seems to look nice on the surface, and then it's like not really.
True. I only interact with a certain group of people, so that is true. I don't. I like, and I when I go to places, I go with that group of people.
You go to the thrift shop and stores with your. Oh, yes.
Well, that's different. I have a routine. That's different. That depends if any of my 70-year-old buddies want to go. But I go by myself because, like, especially when Isaiah's with his mom, because like no one's there to whine at me. No one's be like, hey, this is boring.
What you buying against buying another sewing machine?
No, also, Isaiah scores more stuff than I do half the time, so he costs me money.
He's a liability, not an asset sometimes.
I've officially turned into my father. That's the line he used to always say, like, boy, you cost me money. But when Isaiah's like, can I have this? I'm like, sure. You're an only child. Go ahead. Go ahead. Life's too short. Nice thing about a fast security guard is he doesn't need a Glock. He can just sit. I said that shit.
That's assuming he can reach you fast enough.
Isaiah was trying to shame him. I said, if that man hugged you, you would not be able to get out of that. Stop it. If he grabbed you, you would not be able to leave. You would not be able to wiggle free.
These days, how there's not. Yeah.
The young man, he went viral. He was on the news. If you look it up on YouTube, you can probably find the story. He went to jail because he was a YouTuber or wannabe YouTuber. A lot of these, like, cloud chasing is so gross.
It makes you stupid and inspiring probably a whole generation of stupid.
So I have this new thing where I see like those weird acting videos where people act out skits and it makes me want to just move to the moon. If you ever see a private launch from a backyard, it's me and I'll miss you guys.
Okay.
When I see these fake skits or like, oh, the girl, she asked her boyfriend, why didn't you pay for my 17 friends? That never happens. That never, ever happens. Like,
that many friends.
Honestly, and me and my friends, even in my broke days, we would fight over each other to see who was going to pay the bill because we all wanted to show that we had made it in life. Like, oh no, I'll pay it. No, we were all fronting.
Like, damn, this is going to take a while to pay off.
Yeah. Oh, it drives me crazy. oh, it drives me crazy. Like cloud chasing, it's one of my new annoying things because YouTube will show you those shorts and like I'll click on this. I'm like, that's fake. Okay, this person's real. That's fake. Like they're literally acting. Lowell Help Nut is telling strangers to eat can of nuts. Isaiah he's a kale eating kind of guy. It's because he read it somewhere that it's healthy for you.
Kale is fine. A can of nuts. My brain would love it. My waistline would hate me.
Do you know what's funny? Like, I only eat unhealthy once a week. Because most of the time I'm cooking at home and I eat a lot of pineapple, a lot of oranges. I'm addicted to vitamin C. For as much as I talk trash about...
Addicted to sugar fruit, but how about your vegetables?
Oh, God. I am hooked right now on what's called the California blend. I buy cauliflower, broccoli, and I steam carrots.
Okay.
I'm addicted to that, actually. And I've been eating that for a while. Isaiah doesn't like cauliflower, but to me it all tastes the same.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. And I eat it. I steam it. I don't even put butter on it or anything, and I eat it.
Good. All right.
At my age, I can't BS certain things.
The piles are real. The piles are
When I
real.
was younger, I could live like a pirate, but now I would just look like I had jaundice.
Not the jaundice.
Anybody who likes those dumb skits should be sent back to the 8th grade for a week. It makes me feel like the human race has digressed. There is a
Yes.
there's
With the advent of everybody can see how dumb you are, we don't need the government to implement a social credit score. Dumb people are just gonna be dumb. Like, can we
so
just let the
that's been driving me crazy too. The whole social credit score thing, like that's kind of what happened to me. Like we listen. I don't know. I don't know. The world people have gone crazy.
yeah, just let the dumb like. I don't think government needs to. Oh, Mark Shorty.
Hear me
Wow,
out.
I did.
Hear me out, Mark.
I've not been catching the screen because I've been sewing, but like,
Hear me out. I am addicted to cauliflower. I don't know what it is. Like I don't know. It just tastes good.
well, it's like some people that don't like asparagus, but then come to find out it makes their wee smell like super funny, and they're like,
It
I don't like
does.
that smell. So it's like, okay, well, you don't have that enzyme, but you know,
That doesn't happen to everybody.
no, it does not.
Oh, it happens to me.
Okay, you're a weirdo.
I thought it made everyone's peas smell weird.
No, it doesn't. It just means that you don't have an enzyme to break down a particular chemical.
Oh, that's funny. I still eat it, but the way I eat
That's
asparagus is kind of unhealthy. Even if I wanted cloud, I'd try to be busy.
busy to chase it fair. I want clout to chase me, damn it.
I cooked up some Ras el
Ras Al Hanout, it's a it, Middle
I'm so
Eastern spice blend.
oh,
Garlic, mushrooms, zucchini, and green beans. It's like the Arab version of curry mix, only in the sense that it's a blend of a whole bunch of things, and every family does it differently. But Ras Hanout is a
I'm
standard
a,
one.
I'm addicted to green beef curry. I love Thai food, but really, if you really broke it down, I've been eating green beef curry for like 25, 30 years. I love this stuff. Cauliflower I love cauliflower. You don't like zucchini. I grew up with my parents grew food and they grew zucchini. I'll eat it mushy. I'll eat it like I love zucchini. Oh, I miss my farmer parents. They were corporate hippies.
Yeah, I miss like homegrown cucumbers where I live. Actually, this year, if I'd grown cucumber, I should have grown cucumbers. I actually have water, but I just don't grow them because I don't have enough water usually.
That's so weird. I didn't know that. Like, I didn't know that whole cilantro thing until I got online was real. I didn't think that was real. Like,
Oh, yeah, that's real too.
it tastes like cilantro to me. It tastes bomb. I would put it in everything if I didn't want to play it out. Oh, that's so funny.
So you've got one genetic difference, but not the other.
I have two types of cucumbers this year. Ooh.
Two. I can't even have. Oh, stop making me jealous.
You know what's funny? My pops used to always say that I'm mixed parts from every because my lineage is so crazy. I have mixed
Spare
parts.
parts.
Yeah, literally. I don't eat zucchini either. I will thrive in the apocalypse. I will be healthy. My
I
my
can eat
skin will
food.
be shiny. I'll be eating carrots raw. Walking around with my coveralls I
Actually, you
made.
know what? I know. I'm gonna go with the folks who say they don't eat shelf. I've seen a correlation recently between folks who don't like seafood and also don't like certain vegetables. which also have the same kind of weird, mushy, odd texture. Like, is it a food? Is it a flavor thing or a texture thing? Is my next question. But
Do you know what's really funny? In I will say that my last name is Sewing because it's kind of close to it in a weird way. Um, long story short, on the East Coast sewings, they always say that the West Coast sewings are bougie, but it's just because we have a different lifestyle than the Southern and even the Northeastern sewings are
mhm.
very different. There's a lot of sewings that live in Ohio. They're very different than the California sewings.
Oh, well, right? Because
They call us
like,
bougie. I'm in this family, like in this giant family chat in on Facebook, and the person who made it is from Clinton, South Carolina. And whenever I comment, she will always say, "Yeah, but you grew up bougie." She's mad. She's still mad. Some
she's like, I didn't want to grow up with the humidity. Why couldn't I have beaches and nice desert summer air where my hair is nice?
they think we all live in Hollywood. Is really they think we all live in Hollywood. We hang out with Tom Cruise and we sip mai tais. Like people have really weird views of California. Some friends got me a glass with "Stay Fancy" and gold. Carrots, green beans, broccoli, Brussels sprouts, Swiss chard,
Mm,
5 different tomatoes, cayenne, green peppers.
yum.
I'd eat all of that.
Yes, please.
I just like spices. I think also I have a bunch of potatoes under my rose bush. So I will be making sewing mashed potatoes again. I was so proud last year. I was so proud. I made a huge thing of mashed potatoes and everyone was eating it. I didn't say anything. I was like, they came from the backyard. And then I was like, praise me.
No, but if the secret is to put your potatoes in a pot that's got a bottom so you can always find your potatoes.
There is. I hope the raccoons find the old rotted ones. Let's just put it that. And this, I should have took a picture. I think I'm also feeding the squirrel cat food too because I saw a squirrel. I'm not even telling fishing stories, okay? Its butt was this big. It was on the fence. I was like, that's a California squirrel because you got a giant ass. Like, what is wrong with you,
That
squirrel?
squirrel got a BBL.
Oh my god, it was huge. This thing was a road. It was a squirrel. This thing was huge. Maybe I haven't like it. No, it was freakishly huge, and I think I've been feeding that thing because they like the grapes were kind of like I've let everything grow over this year. It's like my secret garden in my backyard. It's beautiful.
I know
And
my rose garden.
oh, that squirrel! I was like, bro, you are healthy. You are. The thing was huge. I love growing food. Growing food is something I'd love to do. And ever since they made marijuana legal, it's encouraged me to revitalize my entire garden.
Oh, I know my strawberries have been so yummy this year. 2 different apples.
Wow.
Lots of yummy. That sounds like lots of yummies. Ooh, beets, turnips, rutabaga. No, I sign me up on the rutabaga.
I'll hate rutabaga.
Yeah, I was trying to find something funny and illiterate. It's not illiterate, but well,
you know, because I was raised in a certain era, I'll eat anything that tastes good. I'm not picky. My parents, I was not allowed to be, so I'm not a picky human being. I'll try anything, you know. So a potato sack and
yes,
I want to find
always look good in a potato sack. So
what were those old flour sacks that they started printing prints on because they realized people were making clothes?
Literally, they were old flour sacks that were printed cute so people could reuse them. Like
I
that was
love
it
that.
was literal.
I love that.
Cheetos at the bottom of your potatoes. I think so too.
I think you said a pot at the bottom of your potatoes, just so you know. Like I My potatoes are so crazy. I don't even know where they are anymore because there's so many of them. But I know
Oh,
they're under my rose bush.
right. Yeah. No, I have my potatoes contained to a 10-gallon, no, like a water basin, a vessel that's got a bottom, so I know where my potatoes, so I can find them for later. Beet leaves too. I know. Oh, beet leaves.
I actually knew somebody from Israel who came to my house and showed me how to cook with grape leaves.
Domas.
I go off. She taught me how to cook. That's why you gotta have friends from around the world.
Yes.
And my friend wasn't a passport bro, but he moved to Israel and came back with a wife.
Well, they need to increase the gene pool somehow between the Hasids because there's some not maybe a too much
But
genetic overlap.
they live in Haifa, if that helps.
I don't. Oh, that's the party city town. No, there's no. That's not the Hasids.
It's just weird to someone I knew that was a total party guy. Like he lives in Israel and he's like this total reserved person now. People change. I'm all here for change too. I'm all here for growing up. So no hate at all.
I will be BRB.
I wish I could grow stuff here easily. The glacier scrapped off all the good soil and left clay and rocks. It's like that up the canyon, like by my job. The soil is really strange. My friend kept potatoes and in his dirt basement they grew and he raised his house. Ooh. I actually have access to a basement like that. That's not a bad idea. He dug out. Is it 550 pounds? Sacks of potatoes. That's crazy. Could you amend it with mulch and compost, Kilroy, or is that just too much? That's one thing I do. I compost everything. I return it to the earth. I have a along my fence, I like let all the leaves, everything. I'm sure there's something living in one of the compost piles. I literally need tons of it. Can't make it worth it. 5 sacks of 50 pounds each. That's a ton of potatoes. That is like a literal ton of potatoes. We all. Do you know what's really funny, Waternay? I cried. I cried at the part where he was like, "Your music choice sucks." I was like, "Good movie." Good movie. Not even a Matt Damon or what's his face fan, but that's such a good movie. I love that movie. It was all sandy soil. I might be able to grow potatoes. That's it. Potatoes, or grapes. I have grapes. They require like low amounts of water, and they are a weed. Grapes grow like a weed. Some cities will have free mulch from the trees they have to trim and cut down. I wish they did that here. Everything is so privatized here. You would, um, they would never do anything for free here.
No, you pay for the recycled shit that the city makes for you.
I wish. Do you know? I said this in your stream. They literally make us pay. So I'm warning everybody. I forgot this was in here. It's along 3 years ago. I typed in realistic SpongeBob. So don't be scared. That was 3 years ago. I can't believe that's still in my computer. But let's go back to Godzilla Jesus. That's my favorite.
The real abs. Oh my god, I wish I had my camera working, but I've just been sewing a secret surprise over the top floofy petticoat with some weird ruffles.
But you hung tough though. We're going. You know what? Honestly, I can't. I just looked up and realized it's 3 hours.
I know, and I'm just sitting here sewing away. I'm just like,
we
nobody
once
can see
again.
that Lottie Go, but Lottie Go sews. Bye nicely. she's
I'm just happy I got to talk about John Morant because I feel like we shame our kids too much, and they're gonna act out in crazy ways. And I know you shouldn't
too much or
flash,
not enough.
but I know you shouldn't flash. I don't know. The kid ruined his own life. Like he's been suspended for a year from the NBA. I didn't
that's so
finish the
dope.
story. I didn't finish the story. I have clay here, and it comes good with enough mulch and gypsum. Planting sweet potatoes. Oh, I love sweet potato pie. Just let them grow and rot, and they'll fix clay soil in a few years. I'm coming back. When I rewatch the stream, guys, I screenshot Mark Short's, Alibaba, and Gilroy's comments because I
I go
learned
through
stuff.
and just literally take pictures in the middle of my streams because I'm too lazy to rewatch my stream. That seems like so much work.
No, but up at my job, I've been trying to grow food, and we have what's called alluvial soil, which is extremely clay. And so, if I planted, that's not a bad idea. I'll plant it up by the old diesel tank.
You can be super bougie and maybe get the purple ube Filipino ones. I want to grow some.
I've seen those. Those things are from outer space.
But you just
know.
need to get one and cut it up because that's how you grow potatoes. I'm like, I need to just find me one at the store so I too can have purple potatoes.
I've recently seen stuff like that, and I'm like, wow, this is so true. Be careful how you treat your kids; they will choose your nursing home.
Right. If you are blessed with offspring or disblessed with offspring, depending on your situation.
True. You know, it's better to spend it all. Money ruins people's lives. Do you want to talk about that? Like money makes people despicable humans.
Yeah, more
Gold
money, more
fever.
problems.
Oh yeah. Gold fever is real. Like when my grandmother was passing away, people all of a sudden started telling football stories like, oh, this or this. Like, bro, that's not real. You think it's valuable, but it's not. Like alluvial soil is good. It's just like that's east of my house. It's in the same town, but it's literally on the other side by more in the mountains. I live at the foothill of the mountains. I can grow anything where I live. Like my backyard, I feel bad even saying this. It's fertile.
I come from fertile ground.
Well, like because people can't grow food, and I walk in my backyard and I'm like, this is beautiful, and I've let it completely overgrown, so I go back there and hide.
Here, you know what though?
Wow.
I don't necessarily have the worst soil, but my problem is water.
Oh, true.
It's the water. It's not the soil. It's like not having water.
We have high bills, so I just I'm like, F it, they're gonna charge me for this water regardless.
Then that's a choice.
I feel like sweet potatoes are purple I like sweet potatoes that are purple on the inside.
Yep, that's the ube ones from the Philippines. Is it the Philippines? Somebody will correct me if I'm wrong. I know, more money, more problems.
I say this all the time, and I use her as an example because it's the only other family I was ever really around for a lot. Well, and my ex-girlfriend who lived in LA too. It seemed like, and I'm not saying this is true, but people that had less money liked each other more. They liked their family more. I lived with, I had an ex-girlfriend who was Salvadorian and Honduran. She lived in LA. Their family came together for everything. They loved each other. They were good to each other. They weren't rich, but they'd have parties. They'd have potlucks on a Tuesday just so everybody got fed.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
But they loved each other. And my ex-wife's family, they're like a middle-class version of that too. Like they love each other. And my family, we all hate each other over money.
Yeah, that's just petty and dumb.
My brother raised me in a weird way, and we hate each other over $2,000.
Who's gonna be the bigger human and just like get over it. Like you both only have so many breaths to breathe. Like, is it worth it?
I wouldn't trust him. He screwed me
You
over.
don't
I
have to
love the
trust
guy.
him. You just
I love the
but can
guy.
you
He
enjoy
raised me.
spending time with him?
He raised me. I think he did a decent job in raising me. Let's just put it that way. But he's a scumbag. I wouldn't trust him at the pump with like, here, pump my gas.
Nobody's asking you to.
It's hard. It's hard. I'd rather plant purple sweet potatoes than trust money. Like I'm telling you, money will make you hate people. Yeah, purple sweet potatoes are really popular in Philippines. They even have ube ice cream. I think I've seen something like that because I've been watching a lot of videos.
Everything, it's purple and beautiful. I'm like, I need you in my mouth.
If anyone's ever wondered, I don't know if I've ever brought it up, but this background is the parking lot to one of my favorite thrift stores. It's just in a really scary neighborhood. And because I watch a lot of like drag queen content, I have seen some extremely famous drag queens out of drag at that thrift store and not known it. You're like, why is this 6 foot man wearing Balenciaga shoes in a thrift store?
Did you see Brian, aka Trixie, or Katya? They're too bougie for your thrift store.
No, I've seen Raja in real life and didn't realize it until recently. He said in the interview, I go to blah 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 thrift stores, and I'm like,
That's who you are.
No, it's so obvious. Like, I go to a thrift store in the hood, and a lot of people come from like Beverly Hills. So when someone pulls up in a Bentley, you're like, oh, I know you're not from this neighborhood.
You know, but one of these things is not like the other.
I don't think that it's the money itself. It's how people act. It's not that there's money you're missing. It's somebody who will stiff you and not respect that they owe. Yes, I'll never let it go. Like, you don't respect me, bro. You ripped me off for $2,000. The man raised me and thought it was important, you know. I need you in my. I love it when you close. I love it when you close.
Even at first, look at my teller picture. Her, oh god, no, we don't want you to zoom that much. Oh god, that's too funny.
I don't want to leave that up there too long. I have enemies and they will screenshot that.
I was, yeah, me, but I'm not your enemy. I don't think.
No. They'll like. I recently.
They'll be mean to me. I appreciate you thinking about my internet well-being.
They'll come after you too, is what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't realize how sociopathic it was until recently on my sewing and ranting channel. Because it's not blocked, I typed in godless sewing and I saw a live stream of people that didn't like me very much, and I'm like, y'all don't have a life. Like, it was weird to me that somebody made up all these things about me, and I'm like, I don't care that much.
I'm just here to make some shit.
But now it's weird to me that somebody will literally scrutinize everything I do, everything I say. Like, I promise you, I'm a real life Karen. Stay tuned. I'm a real life Karen. I'm gonna be on video.
To take up that much rent in someone's head, brain free, or take up that much space rent free is.
It's weird to me, and honestly, like, in my heart of hearts, I do not have ill will towards people because we're just disembodied heads on the internet. Like everybody in the chat, I've grown like I look forward to Mondays. I look forward to Sundays. Like, it's something I absolutely love to do. Yep. But when people come with hatred, I'm like,
we're not here.
Bro.
We can bitch, but we're still nice and cordial.
It's just so much more authentic when you can do it in person to somebody. Like, back in the day, people there was a certain etiquette of how we used to treat each other, and I think that's kind of disappeared. Is what I'm trying to stammer out.
Yep. you can just hide behind being a keyboard warrior and like
Yeah. And I kind of look at crazy people like that as like an anthropological study of like what made you, because there are things like I watch certain videos of injustice in other countries and I'm like I want to get on a plane and do something. But I'm like I'm one person. You know.
what
Like
about justice in my own backyard? Whatever that might
I have this weird way of like I've always been the new guy. I've always been the guy who comes in the crowd. And if you outshine somebody, they won't like you. There are certain types of people who can't let other people have their flowers.
be. You're
Like,
always welcome to stop and smell the roses in my garden. Wow! Oh my God!
I always
I handed
say,
that to you, Kilroy.
no, but like I always say, I know all of my stories. I want to hear other people's stories. I want to know what's going on with other people. You know, I want to know.
Yeah, me too. I don't always love talking, but I do enjoy listening.
But that goes back to the whole podcast thing. Like, Dub C, the rapper, has a podcast. Katie Sackhoff has a podcast. I had no idea because I watch ramen documentaries. I watch this lady called Lady Boulay. She talks about like African American issues. She just reminds me of the aunt I never had. I love her because she goes off. She's angry for everybody. And I'm like, I like you. I'll watch you. But like, I watch a lot of like sewing content because like if I don't know something, I'm gonna, YouTube it. Teach me. Alibaba, you get it, full circle. Just stop and smell that cactus rose. The cactus rose does smell so bad. The desert rose stinks.
Yeah, she's pollinated by stuff that's attracted to rotten meat and yucky things.
Yeah, ants and flies.
It's a bug for everybody.
It's beautiful though. And because it's at my front door, I've had that cactus forever.
So you walk in and you're like, and once a year, it smells like shit at my house at my entrance.
I started putting it on Instagram because people can't smell it.
There's no smell of vision yet. But I have mixed feelings about of all the things. Do I love that we don't have yet, or I'm super disappointed that we don't have yet smell of vision?
Okay, I worry about that all the time though. But would you guys really want to smell the profuse smell of marijuana? Like is permeate the proper word?
That is a word, yes.
I exude marijuana. It is in my bloodstream. Like no one. I would make you nervous if you could smell me. Like, is it legal? Is this legal in my state?
I'd make you nervous if you could smell me. Our famous words.
I agree, Waternay. You know what's so funny? I like Sting. See, that's why I haven't joined that one group because I feel like I'd be judged if I told him like I like Sting, Bowie, like.
But you're too old for them. I mean, we're not old.
Now I have Yankee Rose by David Lee Roth in my head. I'm a David Lee Roth stan. I've already said I own like 9 or 10 albums. Like I'm a homer for David Lee Roth. I find the judgment on the internet weird. I do. I think it's weird.
Just got like, why do you need to hate watch and be so consumed by stuff you don't like? Like, literally, you can just change the channel. It's okay. I'm not butthurt if you don't like me. It's okay.
That's my whole thing. Like, I heard people. When they had the stream, it was people I haven't streamed with in almost 3 years. Okay, and they're like, God, this only does this and this, and I'm like, it made me feel like I'm Tyler Durden. You guys have to tell me, do I like I am sleep deprived? Do I like come on live streams after this? Am I like 5150 or what? Like, am I making soap and I just don't know it? Like, I don't know. I don't sleep, so maybe I am on some Fight Club stuff, but it just drips me out. I'm hungry and I don't know why. But when people have a trial without you, it's strange, and then convict you. Social
Yeah,
credit
trial
score.
by social media.
Yeah.
No, not down for like.
And I'm not trying to. And this is why I rarely say what I really do for a living. I'm not trying to grandstand, but like I'm what they pretend to be. I think that's what it is. Is that I do the whole nonprofit thing. I come from a family of do-gooders, and I am not Dudley Do Right. I just happen to be born into a family of people who do the good things for other people. People who judge a lot are the most insecure themselves, same as the people who are always looking for posers. They're posers themselves. I agree. And honestly, I think if you're working towards something, you're not a poser. Like if you buy a bike and you ride it, you're not a poser. Like I think people are too harsh. And you know what? Like where I'm from, if you don't have a Harley, they call you a poser. Dude, Indians are expensive and they're better made. And like
Do they still make that brand? I thought that was an old, ancient brand.
they do.
Yeah.
And there's this new
Are they
brand.
gonna have
Oh,
to
sorry.
rename themselves at some point? Like, is it okay to be an Indian motorbike?
they eventually they will, but the biker subculture is a little bit different, you know. They want things to be exactly how it was from the beginning, you know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if you wore it the first time, you shouldn't wear it the second. But there's also I listened to so and so when they first came out. Oh God, that too. They, I just don't. And you know, I'm saying this because I really discovered that I'm judgmental, but I'm not as judgmental as I thought. Because I don't, I want good things for other people. I don't wish bad upon people. There's people right now who hate me, and I'm like, man, I hope you have a great life. And I'm not even saying that insincere. You know, like I don't know. I don't walk around wishing ill bad things on people. Even people that I've cursed out, I'm like, you ticked me off at the time, I've moved on. I don't even have ill will towards you. But like, I don't know, are people having grudges for clout? Like, there's some people in certain communities that shall remain nameless. I swear they call each other and like, all right, I'm gonna say this and this to you, and then you say this and this to me, and we'll have 700 people watching us fight each other.
Well, if it's pre-planned, that just sounds like good business sense. Like, I think there's a way, like, Eric July is like capitalize on your haters. Like, if you know people are going to be saying stuff that have bigger audiences complaining about you, like, why not make money off their back?
True. There's these two guys. When I first got in the atheist community, there was these two people. I was like, you have to be satire. You have to. And I still think they are. They've been going 11, 12 years strong. Like, they had to have got together one day and be like, look, bro, like, we make money off of this.
And, you know, that's like, what are we all here for? I mean, to stitch and bitch and learn stuff. Because I learned so much things.
Indians are. There are. And that's the thing. Like, the old school Harleys, like, you had to be a motorcycle technician. Like, there are certain bikes where you can buy it and just ride it. Change the oil and put gas in it. It'll run forever. And, like, there are certain bikes that are just quality machines.
The moment you try to think you're going to do a reverse stitch, but your machine only does a straight stitch.
And you know what? Maybe I say this every week. Maybe I'm just way more get off my lawn than I think I am.
Acknowledge where you're at. Did my bobbin? No, my needle's out of thread.
Oh, there are legitimately tons of people out there who privately collude to make up fights or stir up drama. I think it is. It's just obvious to me because there are people who dislike me. I'm like, okay, I move on. And then they can talk about me all they want. I will never say your name because you're not that important to me. Like my mom used to. What would she say? She would be like, when someone would say something to her, she'd be like, "You're not important enough to hate. Sorry."
Yeah,
Something in that something. My mom would always say something in that realm of like, you're not even important enough for me to be angry about. I feel sorry for you.
right.
I don't know.
No, it's true because well, depending on someone's life circumstances or how you interact with the hands you got dealt, you're like, is being butthurt by all these things for the rest of my life the best use of my energy, or am I going to use it as a learning experience and be like, okay, what's
Oh yeah.
next?
Like I'd rather like right now my non-tomato plant is growing so well even though the sun hasn't been out this year. I'm thinking about making spants. I'm going to take my son on vacation this year. I want to take
Right?
him somewhere I I want to take him somewhere cool though. We need the like is there like the biggest yarn ball in Nevada or somewhere or like all these people are falling off the Grand Canyon. We've already been there.
Right? Oh, where was it in? What was it in Iowa? Like the Corn Museum, but that's like away drives from here.
I will go about as far as Utah
Okay, that's as
driving.
farther. Oh,
Driving.
right, because flying sucks.
I have no patience for drama. Discuss it like an adult or and work it out. I agree. I think and I think that's another thing. I am shocked at the maturity and immaturity of certain people because for as crazy as I am, I'm sitting here because I handled all my business first. So there are certain people who are at a certain place in life and then they're like, "Oh, judging everybody else." And I'm like, "Bro, you have less than the people you're even judging. Like what's wrong with you?" He speaks some sort of Spanish, but he learns like kind of like how I did by asking me, "What'd you say to that person? What did you say to that person?" I think to learn another language, you have to want it. Especially in today's era. Is there something? There some mining museum near the North Bay? A
Oh,
ton.
actually, there is the mining museum, but on my bucket list of places that's so close, but I've not done for some reason, are the obsidian mines in Modoc County. And I think you just need to register for a light day path license
Wow.
to go collect obsidian. But they have rainbow obsidian. If you've not seen this, you should go check it out because obsidian just doesn't come in black. It can be pink and rainbowed. I and the trees of mystery. I haven't been in a while. Do highly recommend if you've not seen it.
We've been to Crater Lake, the Redwoods, Yosemite. We've been
Yosemite.
Yeah, I like saying Yosemite. I love saying Yosemite. It's kind of like Glossius. It'll either drive someone crazy. I was in Mexico with a
That's like
friend.
saying Sacramento's Northern California. Damn it.
I was in when I was in Mexico with a friend. He kept on saying Glossius to everybody, and they were like, "It's Glossius." They hated him. I was like, "Man, you gotta stop saying that. You're gonna get us beat up, dude."
Is there habeas corpus here?
Ooh, I have not seen the Hertz Castle since I was a child. That's that's not a bad idea. Salinas as well. I haven't been there on a bike, or I have never been there in a car. I've only been there on a bike. I've never been to Salinas, California in a car. Ooh, these are great ideas. You can see that guy who has a channel rebuilding the ghost town. Okay, has anyone ever heard of where's that lawless place that everyone talks about? Damn it.
Could you please be more specific? Because I could go with LA, San Francisco, New
Oh, what's
York,
it? There's a
Portland.
desert town,
Slightly more specific.
California desert town with no laws. Slab City. He like has been begging me to go to Slab City, and I'm like, no, bro. Like that place legitimately has no laws. Like, if you guys are ever bored, look up Slab City, California. It's a hobo's dream. But it's literally it's an old army barracks because California is nothing like, especially out in the desert. He wants to go there so bad, and if you watch any videos on it, it looks you don't want to go there. You don't want to go there. It's Watanabe hit the nail on the head. It's a sovereign city, but they're like hobos with guns.
Yeah, no hard pass. I'm gonna say no thanks.
And the internet made it famous.
Of course it did.
Because we all knew this place existed, but no one goes to lawless places. I'm not kidding you. I knew bikers, and they would be like, don't ever go to Slab City, bro. Don't ever go to Slab City. Like,
when the bikers are telling you no, you should probably strongly consider those recommendations.
But he asked me a long time ago, and I asked him recently. I was like, "You still want to go to Slab City?" He's like, "Heck yeah!" Is that the one you're talking about? It's Slab City's crazy, and if you go look it up on YouTube, there are some crazy videos, and they interview people, and you're like, "Oh wow, you live here, bro!" Like, there's not even running water there. Oh, you could go to the Salton Sea. I know exactly where the Salton Sea is. That's on the way to Arizona.
Ooh, Arizona.
I've actually seen you know what, Gilroy, you bring up some really cool points because there's these really weird turnoffs going to Vegas or Arizona. You make a right and you're in a whole different world. Like ghost towns.
Salt Lake is actually pretty amazing.
Man, I haven't seen the Salton Sea since my Arizona days. We used to go out there and not take mushrooms. San Bernardino County is like people describe it as California with guns. It's the hillbilly like part.
California before it became weird.
Well, out there you can legally own a gun. It's like Arizona. It's weird because you're out in the middle of nowhere. A lot of ATVs. Like San Bernardino's a crazy place.
Sounds like farm country.
Ghost Town living in the channel about Sierra Gordo. Interesting. And I love ghost towns. I recently watched this guy. He just made a right somewhere off going towards Vegas, and he was in this just immaculate place. I'm gonna have to look it up. I was like, oh, that's on the list. It's feasible. Like I've driven past the place 100 times.
I just not realized.
But I like it. Like, do you know? I have been all the way from Guatemala, all the way to Canada on the 5. And I still have not discovered things in my state or anywhere on the West Coast.
Oh my God, have you been to the Oregon Vortex?
Does that have anything to do with the Tacoma aroma?
No.
I'm giving you a hard time. No, I have not. No, I have not.
That is it's only worth going once in your lifetime, but it was not it's kind of fun.
Is that like a gravity hill?
I'm gonna go with possibly things just don't look right, don't measure right.
You know what's funny? In the world of sci-fi, they always make small Oregon towns seem like these sleepy places where you can build alien ships, or you can have like cults.
Because we don't have the Las Vegas police setting up cameras in our backyard for like, oh, I've got the aliens. The aliens are at my house.
Oh man, I can't believe we brought this up with 15 minutes left. I completely forgot about this. Okay. So I would like to say this. I'm an atheist. I'm a skeptic. Grainy video doesn't do it for me. I don't care if you have 50 people say that you saw something land. Show me. Show me.
Alien.
then,
Show me
because
alien.
I can't remember the book, but there was a book about an alien invasion. But the people who tried to invade Earth, invaded Earth with muskets because they only had the technology for time travel, but they were behind us. So if these rubbish aliens are crash landing, I don't want them here.
6 foot tall. No, they were 8 foot tall. It was
We have
take him
we
to do some Ian Phoenix before they ran out of water. Oh yeah, they will be ghost hands. Wow, I interrupted us hardcore. Sorry.
no. Please interrupt. Isaiah, we go to Arizona all the time. He loves that place because you can be a hillbilly there and shoot and hoot guns all day long. So we've been to Arizona quite a few times. Did you see that show Debris? No. Now I've got Hotel. I didn't see that. Now I've got Hotel California. Such a lovely place. Such a lovely face. Okay, I had to laugh.
You damn it!
I have to laugh. I started singing and someone stopped watching. I don't blame them. I had to laugh.
Like, Douglas can sew, but he sure as heck can't sing. I'm out of here.
They were like, no, that is a final straw. I am done.
Yes. 0 out of 0 recommend.
Just think about the percentage of airline flights that actually end in a crash in less than 1 in a million. So the aliens can make it light years, but they don't know how to land. Thank you, Commander. They're rubbish. I'm sorry. They're rubbish.
Technology does not compute.
This will make me snap. Like, these are the things that I'm like losing it. Like, people are fighting on Twitter. I'm yelling at a news report because I saw that. It popped up on my because YouTube knows I'm crazy. So it popped up and was like, oh, you gotta watch this. Aliens. I was like, that's not proof of anything. That's not proof of anything.
Hops taught me better than this. I don't trust you.
With certain things, I'm gonna need to see you face to face. There are certain things, I'm sorry, I'm gonna need to see you eye to eye. I'm sorry. I know the Grand Canyon exists, but like, no way. He was talking about dozens of crashes of whistleblowers. So either the spacefaring civilization that can travel light years has a crappier safety record than the commercial airlines. It's so true. I hate the fucking Eagles, man. Greatest line of all time. This makes me snap when people talk about aliens. I need someone landing on the front lawn of the White House like they did in Stargate. I'm sorry. I need proof.
Independence Day.
Yeah, exactly. I forgot about that.
Will Smith's best movie before he went crazy. He did some things that I enjoyed.
If it was canceled, unfortunately, they were trying to retrieve pieces of a spaceship that crashed. The pieces were messing people up and creating anomalies.
Maybe.
Oh, see, I love stuff like that. Okay, I'll look that up. I love shows like that. The odds of crashing are so low that if we were having crash ships, we must have a crap ton of aliens out there creeping on us. Thank you. And that's another thing. Then we're just back to the human zoo that they did on Star Trek. Literally episode 1. The pilot of the original Star Trek. Then it's just back to the human zoo, you know? Which literally keeps me up at night.
Yeah. Well, I just try to go to bed every night hoping I gave a good enough show.
The whole alien thing makes me want to do a backflip because you guys, I'm there with you. I want to believe. Where's my patch? Did I put it somewhere? Did I put that pin?
Yes, of course you.
Oh, let's end this on a positive note because I do have a really weird pin. I want to be Mulder, man. I want it to be real. Can you see that?
I do. Yes.
We are here. I want this to be real, man. But it's not. It's not.
No.
It bothers me. Like I said, if aliens are real, I need more proof. I want to see And if they're landing in Nevada, we're all screwed because they have a gambling habit.
It's aliens with gambling habits.
We're all done. The only thing the only thing I have about aliens is that the possibility of aliens is there by the numbers. I agree. I'm not discounting. I agree. Like, I'm not saying that they don't exist. I'm just saying, like, I'm gonna need some more meat on the bone. I'm gonna need like an actual alien, like or a good video. Show me a good. Even the Navy videos are rubbish. It's literally just something flying past the screen. It's literally an unidentified object.
Yeah.
Literally. My brother did research for the X-Files. First, I love that show. I have this weird thing where I collect VHSs, and whenever I see an X-Files VHS, I make sure I buy it. I miss that show. I like the alien video released by the Pentagon. It's clearly a goose, and the other one is out of focus plane complete with FAA navigation lights. Thank you. Like, I need more proof than just grainy video. And recently with the crash in Nevada, it's re-sparked my like, okay, if they're here, show me, like, show me the money.
The cops are paying for the surveillance on that house now.
I was kind of addicted to bingo, Kilroy. I made money because you see me sitting there with my patches playing bingo in Nevada. I did. I'd sit at the table.
Did you use chips or did you use the stamper that has the dauber that's got a fancy name for that, like, special?
Oh, I'd come with a dabber and a cup of coffee. In an edible? Are you kidding me? I miss gambling. I would sit there for hours. Oh. When you look at the photos of the sky, but they aren't stars, they're galaxies, it seems highly unlikely we're the only intelligent life. Now, if they've come here, it's another story. They could have. That's different, but like light travels at a certain speed, so if, like, they would have to be faster than light. The theory is basically that their intelligence would be so high they wouldn't want to mess with us. We're still hurting each other.
I think right. They don't want to mess with us because they're like, this species is below our level. We can't insult ourselves by interacting. Like,
we are the third world country that would bring them down. Like, we would bring them down. We're
like third world country of, like, we're not even like they have more levels than we do now, and we're not in that caste.
I have that episode on VHS. He researched the alien hand episode. Is based on reality, but it is a parasite attack that affect the brain in South American Amazon.
No, Amazon American, but yes.
It's that time of the night. I'm going to start singing Elvis in a minute. I think alien life more than likely exists somewhere in the universe, but there's no chance of them traveling to Earth. I agree. And I think that's what gets me so, like, passionate, because this whole Nevada crash has reignited the alien, like, Area 51 weirdos.
Yeah.
Who knows what
we needed to, you know what? What if it's just a deep state diversion tactic?
I think everything is, but I'm
right. I need new conspiracy theories because my old ones are coming true. So this is like he was.
I'm cynical though. I'm cynical, so I think it's all true. At the speed of light, our first radio waves would only be nearing the closest Alpha Alt Sirius. That's Babylon 5 stuff with the Centauri. They have bingo in Las Vegas. Shit, I know what I'm doing when I get there. Kilroy, they have tables. They have rooms where you could compulsively smoke cigarettes in there with someone's grandma.
And you could smoke in the airport in the little smoking room. The little
oh yeah, they don't play. If it's a card game, they'll have a table for it. I've played euchre in Vegas. No matter what, if it's a card game that people know, they'll have a table. You just have to find it. Vegas is crazy. There were lots of things we thought were unsurpassable barriers, but that now we sail past. I think we just haven't figured out yet how to travel faster than light. I agree. And with the new fusion, like technology has just kicked up. Like,
Right,
hey, Robert X, how's it going? Hey,
but never. No words. But how can we have progressed so much in our scientific knowledge, but we still haven't made it back to the moon?
because the moon isn't viable. Like, I don't know. There's certain arguments for certain things. Unless we're gonna colonize it, it's not viable.
Fear.
Um, Mars is more of a look how big my wank is kind of thing. No, because Mars is uninhabitable.
That's all. That yes.
Um. Oh, no worries, Robert. I'm gonna be ending this pretty soon. I'm not trying to do another 6 hour.
I mean, I could keep sewing, but my stitches might not.
I'll go a little bit longer, but like, no, this alien thing is what drives me. It's been driving me crazy lately, and I was gonna talk about it. I took pictures and everything, but I completely forgot about it. I think the next big leap in physics will bring light speed navigation. Physics have plateaued since the 1970s.
Maybe.
I'm gonna say I've said this a million times. Where's my starship?
Where's my self-driving car? Tesla, you're failing me. I'm looking at you, Elon Musk.
This goes back to the dolphin. Like, can I just have a dolphin in outer space? I just want a little skipper. I don't even want a starship. Just give me a little skipper. Let me just go float out that way.
I don't need the whole kit and caboodle. Just give me the rescue vessel.
Oh, I always wonder about that. What time is
Oh my
it?
god. Oh no, not here. No. It's not
Okay.
tomorrow. It's still today here.
That's it's 11 o'clock. So I always I call it my Kay Burley meter because I love Kay Burley from Sky News. and at 11 o'clock West Coast time, it is 7 a.m. in London. And I always watch the morning news on Sky News.
Oh, I sewed an entire that's going to be a big fat lie. I finished the construction of this Star Spangled Petticoat tonight.
Awesome.
I did the shirring over. Actually, that was mostly yesterday. So over 2 nights. It's nice to have an electric. I wasn't expecting to enjoy sewing with an electric machine again for a long time. I don't know if that is a weird thing to say.
They're talking about setting up on the moon as a launching place for the future. Yeah, so they could do experimental stuff that no one would stop them.
Okay.
And it'll probably be the Chinese because they're more interested in it. But the cool thing is the Chinese sent a probe to the moon, and do you know what they found? The American flag. You should go look it up. It's on YouTube. The Chinese were like, "Hey, flat earthers and all the moon conspiracy theorists, people we really went to the moon."
Right, because they didn't use the same movie set that.
I like what Gilroy said. The time we landed on the moon, when we had much greater tolerance for risk than nowadays, that is so true. We are not willing to. It's a risky mission just to go dab on the moon. I'm so glad that dabbing is out of style because we used to do this and this before it was cool. So I'm glad I can start dabbing again. The thing is, if we aren't looking for things like space exploration, we don't learn stuff and get all the side tech that lets us advance. I agree. For every dollar spent in NASA, $5 to $10 of value is created in other industries. I agree. You know what? I grew up, I benefited from that. My dad worked for NASA, Rocketdyne, and Boeing. So I benefited from that entire industry, which is dead now because it's all just Boeing. And what's his face
right now?
And what's his face? Does Elon own SpaceX?
I can't speak 100% on his financial ties with SpaceX, but is involved with that endeavor, yes.
Water I want to cry because we're at the 4 hour mark and you're bringing up a show that I love Farscape. It reminds me of coming home wasted in high school. It was always on TV late at night, but it was always on TV. And people think NASA is a waste. Someone who grew up son of an engineer, I would argue that. Didn't Madonna start? Madonna is a man. Madonna has become the official wine mom of the internet. This generation of old people is gonna.
Don't fuck with your face, kids. Don't, whatever you do, just don't fuck with your face. Well, I'm
We
sorry.
call that no. That's LA cat face. She has LA cat face. She has LA like her face. There has to be certain doctors because there's a lot of women walking around with that face.
It's probably the same doctor. There's like two of them who do the same thing, and everybody looks the same, which is weird.
I think all these UFO hearings, they're going to be talking about black budget intelligence, blah, 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 government abuses, and actually demonetizing the intelligence community, CIA. That's what they're trying to do. I agree. I think it's actually a psychological operation to undermine Americans' faith in the intelligence community and administrative state. If you're wondering why I can actually read tonight, it's because I'm not sitting here smoking J's the
I
entire
was going to
time.
say, you didn't put your glasses
It's because I've been sick, so I can't smoke as much as I usually do. So I'm like 10 times more sober than I usually am. Really, is what it is. So I just exposed my real secret of why I can't read. It's because I'm like so ripped. Everything looks like this.
Oh, God.
I love Farscape. I absolutely love Farscape. It's so out there because it's a Jim Henson show. It's an escape. LA cat face is of no interest to me. I don't understand how that is a draw for people. I could take Water. I could put you in a car. I could literally go 20 minutes from my house and we could go sit at a Starbucks and every other person will have plastic surgery. Every other person will have LA cat face. Actually, we can go to the one right by my house.
You don't have to go that way.
We didn't have to go on the freeway.
Have to go that far.
It's weird to me. My mother travels it around in a group of 70-year-old women, and quite a few of them have the cat face.
Yeah, what human lied to them and said they looked pretty when they should have said, maybe you should stop?
It's the strange. I'm gonna say something else because it's a different generation. The cat face isn't only for women. Where I live,
right?
Men.
No, for everybody, because the old gay guys have the same face. They go to the same plastic surgeon.
But it's the younger guys, though. Like the younger generation. There's someone I watch on Drag Race. He got a BBL.
Oh God.
I need to look up how old Kahana Montrese is. No. I don't want to get that deep into it. I know they're not even 30. They're not even 35. Near it. Nowhere near it. They're because the older queens keep on saying, "Oh, he's a baby. He's a baby." So and they're our age.
Right, James. Right, because isn't this the All-Star season with James Manfield and I'm missing all my names, but
Darian Lake. I respect all the older.
Darian Lake.
Yeah.
Used to be an amusement park that I frequented frequently.
Oh, that's
it's called
funny.
Darian Lake. I wonder if that's a reference to their origins, because that's oddly specific and
you should look them up. They're from I think they're from the East Coast. And the only reason I know that, no, I get Darien Lake and Fina Barbental mixed up sometimes.
Alfina Barbital's from your neck of the woods.
But I watched this one talk show. They are the greatest interviews. They are the greatest interviews of all time. I love real people talking about real things, and they are the greatest. Yes, Alibaba. Okay, Wayne, the Golden Knights just recently won the Stanley Cup.
Right? And
Wayne Newton, his face is 15 years old. It's so creepy how Wayne Newton looks exactly how he did when I was a kid.
yeah, that's not right.
Here, it's more the younger generation though. Like they're getting BBLs, and I know an African American man who got lip filler, and people lost it.
Mm,
People were like, "What are you doing? You're crazy."
well, it's,
But
I have so mixed feelings. Like, yes, you're probably crazy. Yes, you probably have body dysmorphia. Yes, that's a shit ton of money on making yourself look different.
I'm not trying to brag. I with my rollerblades, my like I've seen this person. I'm talking about someone who's famous, but I've seen them in person, and like they're not that big, and they got a BBL. It's just I you're right. Body dysmorphia is real. I don't discount anybody. I'm not here to jump on anyone, but I just found it weird because when I look at this person, I think we're like kind of the same mixed ethnicity. So I see a lot of myself in this person, and because we have the same cheekbones and everything, and I'm like, why did you do this to yourself?
Yeah, it.
People coming up on their 30s have such a fear of losing youth. They cannot see that 30s are the time of looking and feeling grown and sexy. I agree. I agree.
I think
Not
I did. I
joking.
think most of us are at least 30.
At least little flipper is far less likely to
Is
kill
lip
you.
filler not lip flipper? Oh, that's
It's the oh man, I'm hitting that hour. I'm
oh, at
hitting
least
my
filler is far less likely to kill you than a BBL. 100%. Yeah.
I don't
And
know. I
who has
have
that kind of
giant
money? Whose insurance is paying for that? Who can have, like, even
this
if you have
person
private insurance, that's costs money. A plane ticket, all these things. Like, you gotta have dough.
this person is a paid performer. And I think
You still
because
have to. Oh,
they're in a extremely competitive industry, they feel the need to get plastic surgery to compete with everybody else. But when in my community, there are certain people who I just think it's and you know what? It's not about being African American. I just think it's weird that this person got lip filler and a BBL, and excuse me, they got the calf thing too. Where you get calf implants. Just buy
oh
it.
God! Just like work out.
Go
Come
to the
on.
Goodwill. You can get rollerblades for $10.
Right. Or you can do. Yeah.
I have hockey legs. I do circles around that gym that everybody sees on my videos. I do circles around that, and my legs look beautiful.
Yeah. That's gonna. We're too late, and I can't handle. I'm sick of talking about it. But the infections, the newest social contagion against amongst vulnerable individuals, and you can guess which one I'm talking about. That it's
Don't- you will get us both canceled when we're both tired and delirious.
I know, which is why I'm like speaking in euphemisms. I feel like I'm like, oh,
Most
just
famous people on social media are 19 or want to look 19 anyways. No good example of older people. Thank you. I
no.
recently started
Just had
watching a
my hair.
podcast.
Great. I'm sorry. I'm
No, go
belligerent.
ahead. I started watching a podcast. What's it called? Here, it'll pop right up. It's called I've Had It but it's two women. One's almost 50 and the other one's like 53 or 54. But they're not trying to hide their age and they constantly talk about it, you know, and they're accepting. They went off about Madonna too.
Well, right, because they're contemporaries. They're like, you don't need to look like a. I don't know. I don't know.
I think sometimes because I'm such a homer, I get wrapped up in labels, but like this particular person, and like when I saw them, I'm like, wow, you look brand new, but they just got a really good plastic surgery.
Yeah, sometimes it helps to know people.
But that extreme makes people look funny. Be the best you with the body type you have, and it will all come together.
I concur because I'm not going to be godless or Killeroy who are like tall actually, Amazonians are really short people, but like, I'm not going to be a tall swan. I'm a short little gosling. That's all I'm ever going to be.
Oh, I know my limitation.
Brazilian butt lift.
A Brazilian butt lift is people literally get a fake butt.
Yeah.
Like literally butt implant.
My butt.
And if you were from a certain ethnicity, you get one for free. Brazilian butt lift surgery.
Smuggling coke in those butts.
Ew, I've seen all kinds of crazy stuff.
It just came to me. I'm like,
And this is another thing that people don't understand about the body is our nerve endings. Like your veins, everything comes to certain points, and your butt is one of them.
it does. I've got a spot on an ankle that has no sensation because the surgeon had to cut that skin, and
Oh my god!
it doesn't. I don't feel there anymore.
But with the blood vessels and nerves there, that just again, I've said this 100 times. Like I grew up with the surgery channel, and I'm still squeamish. So, you know, no medical or legal advice here on the. So I'm squeamish. I am squeamish when it comes to something like that.
Yeah, and like PG behind.
All right, I'll start putting this thing to bed. We've gone. We've done our duty for Queen and Country. We've gone 4 hours.
Right.
Let me do my Mr. Rogers thing where I start putting my coat back on.
My outside coat, because I have to walk outside to go into the house. I sewed a play coat that nobody saw me sewing tonight, but hopefully the sewing machine sounds were nice. Yelly Baba didn't yell at me that anything needed oiling on my 101, so just do squats like the Schwarzenegger.
Absolutely. Yeah. Do you know what's so sad though? I heard in that Sylvester Stallone. I can't say his name. I've never been able. Sylvester. I talk like the other Sylvester, the cat. Sylvester Stallone was completely rude to everybody on the set of Tulsa, and he thinks he's better than people. It makes me want to cry because Arnold Schwarzenegger will talk to you. Arnold Schwarzenegger is a real guy.
No, this week's okay. We're gonna watch Fubar and Arnold this week. That's my mission. I've got more sewing and actually I need to do some moving because I'm uncomfortable, but that's me problem, not a you problem.
My rice was a long time ago.
It's feeding time again. I need another protein and then I need to turn into a pumpkin.
I have half a plate of nachos sitting in the fridge right now. Do you have anything you'd like to chill?
I am at Phoenix Electra and some variation on all the socials, and I have my show on Sunday afternoon Pacific Standard Time at 3:30. So whatever that is in your local time zone, I'm lazy and I don't know them all. And don't wait till tomorrow to play Fabulous Today, and don't laugh at others unless you've laughed at yourself, and you are all amazing, and thank you. Do the YouTube things if you haven't, because we're not good about shilling the likey, subscribey, and those types of stuff. And we've lost our host, so I'm right here. I'm just going to ramble on for another minute. You're all amazing.
I'm right here.
Hey.
I'm right here. I'm still right here. I put my keyboard. I put it on the blind stitcher because I've been cleaning out my closet, and I
Ooh,
can't remember. I can't remember which synth pop button I had it on. So
the
I went.
wrong, not the right one.
Well, I rock out. I put it on the organ and I sit here and I rock out because I think I can play in the Garden of Eden and I really can't. So I just rock out. Dun, 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 dun. That's my jam. If you've made it this far, I absolutely thank you. This is the Godless Sewing Channel. We're all about just having a good time, mayhem, and not starting any fights. Everybody, you're awesome. We are always here. So if you have anything to say, I'm on every social media you could possibly think of. I'm even on Odyssey. But we'll see you next week. So as always, be yourself, reinforce your seams, and I will definitely see you next time.